Look at that. EB in 25 seconds. Yeah, Stumpy. ABC barely got back from commercial. What a weekend of Little League. Sentences you don't normally see. Guillermo in the house this morning. Oh, cool, EB. Did I hear right? That's the first title for Florida?
Correct. They were 0-8 in the final, I believe.
Did you see the so the sports guy for Wesh in Orlando, which I believe is NBC, they're doing their news, and when they throw it to him for the sports and he's on the hill beyond, right field, the game's still going on. So they score the winning run as he's in the middle of his sports, and he kind of steps to the side and the cameraman kind of zooms in. It's a pretty cool local live shot. Georgia Tech looked pretty darn good, didn't they? Bigham? Coffin ball, they did not. They did not. Look at that first clown's face of the day. Good for your kid. Hope he got some odds. Yes, they did. Coffin ball. $20 seconds.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you as we begin this final full week of August. Hope you had a great weekend, unless you're an Knowles fan. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for being with us. How was your birthday weekend?
Fantastic. Full of food, family. Wonderful. Went to my favorite restaurant on Saturday night. It didn't disappoint. It was sensational.
Awesome.
Had a great weekend. Had a great Sunday with the family yesterday by the pool, just hanging out. It's a terrific weekend. Thank you for asking.
All right. That's great to hear. So, about a week and a half ago, we were a little worried. Everybody was planning the itinerary for you. It was as if you were going to be a guest at your own birthday weekend. It looks as if you were able to turn that sucker around.
Absolutely. It was fantastic. How was your weekend, David?
I was all right. I mean, life is just a box of chocolates these days.
Yes,
I mean,
I
you
know.
know that.
I know.
But listen, man, I'm glad that we're having an affair with sports, if you know what I mean. I mean, you and I are happily married, but we regularly cheat on our spouses. And we were cheating on them before they became our spouses. I mean, we love sports. You and I are sports fans, not just football fans. But man, this was a really, really good sports weekend.
It was. And the football was there too, because when you have
Yes.
4 dogs taking care of business, even on the point spreads, we got closer games than expected all
Much.
the way through. We had a big upset to start the day. Sorry, Knowles fans. Didn't work out that well for you in Dublin, but it was a really good football weekend.
Yeah. Yeah. And once again, this is Army, Navy played football this weekend disguised as Florida State and Georgia Tech. I don't know if everybody realized it. Each team only had the ball 7 times. Man, it was an Army, Navy game. And yet you all loved it. Didn't you? Anybody complain, besides the outcome of Knowles fans, but anybody complain about the game itself?
No.
Anybody feel cheated?
No, you mean long drives, sustained drives by teams having to earn points throughout the game?
I mean, the last 20 minutes of the game, there were 3 possessions. Georgia Tech had the ball, long drive, into the third quarter, early fourth quarter, boom, touchdown. Florida State has the ball. Long drive, convert 2 fourth downs, boom, 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 touchdown. Georgia Tech holds on to the ball, kicks field goal. And listen, it was a great weekend. Miller and Moulton started 2-0. Now, I don't know. There was debate and lack of communication since the texting debate. Did you or did you not lay the 147 points with Hawaii against Delaware State there?
I did not.
Good.
The only bet that I made on the way, I only made one bet. I only give us 1-0 because I did not bet the under in the Florida State Georgia Tech game. Then you take over the damn account. But I made one bet. The bet that we were most confident in for 5 days, that we said take the points.
Take the points. Take the points. And it was all the way down to 9.5 at kickoff. Money coming in on the Yellow Jackets. Bet that sucker down 2 points. How many of you bet them straight up? How many of you had that kind of onions to start the year? Tell you what, if you did have that kind of onions to start the year and it paid off, you're thinking, this is my year, baby.
Absolutely. Get me to Vegas now. Time to start betting everything.
But that and maybe because the team, is from the state of Florida, how many of you ended up watching a little more Little League World Series than you normally watch? You had that. Aaron Judge has hit 19 more homers since we last, talked about baseball. If there was a time, Mark, being on pace for 63 home runs would be a really big national story.
It would. That time's long gone, but it's still an unbelievable feat of what Aaron Judge is accomplishing in the Bronx.
Right. Had some football. professional, had some golf. I mean, we had a lot going on. And the first football game of the year was an upset, and a double-digit upset to many.
And because of the new 12-team playoff and every conference champion gets to go to the playoff, the season's not over for Florida State.
No, it's not. Although tough to talk them into that right now.
I understand, but there's still hope.
Oh, yeah. There's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. The cliche, Mark, every one of our goals is still attainable. Unless by chance they put undefeated season on the board. There's nothing we can't still accomplish. We just have to go back to work.
And if you play like you did on that last drive of the fourth quarter, there are great things ahead of you because your quarterback looked pretty good on that drive. Rest of the game, not so much.
Not so much. DJ Ukulele there. Listen, if he played better, I'd have to learn how to pronounce his last name, but I think I can get away with calling him Ukulele, at least till the Boston College game a week from tonight. So, no, he didn't look so good. Can't blame
their defensive line.
Yeah, their offensive line wasn't great either.
They didn't run the ball very well. They didn't stop the run very well, and they didn't throw it very well until the last drive of the game.
Right. But besides that, how are things going for you? So football season is underway, baby. Now, so a gentleman made the point in our Twitch chat room. Listen, if the game counts in the standings, then it's week 1. Come on. We had 4 games. Really? Is that worthy of its own, full week? No, it's not. All right? No, it's week 0. It will remain week 0. If everyone's not playing, it doesn't count. I mean, when one of the games is Hawaii and Delaware State, that's going to get its own full week. I mean, come on. We've got to have standards here.
Exactly. What, Montana State and New Mexico? Not really even a game.
Although Tim Brando and FS1 were there. I mean, they did televise the sucker. Nearly had a nice upset there, too. 2-touchdown dog. Had to rally from 3 scores down in the second half to win. It was a fun. Heck, Mark, it was nearly a disastrous day for the ACC, so to speak. Florida State considered one of the top contenders. Who's one of the surprise picks? SMU. Woo! Wee! Nearly losing straight up to New Mexico at football power.
Nevada, but we know what you mean.
I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the other one.
But, yeah, they had to score 16 points in the fourth quarter just to win the game.
And they were nearly 4-touchdown favorite. So.
Game got too high for me to even play. 27.5. I said, are you nuts?
Started at 21 at the beginning of the week.
Exactly.
This is a case where the money was wrong. We were wrong.
But we got our whistle wetted with some football, and the Yellow Jackets go to Dublin and get the dub.
And they say, hey, we'll play more home games here. You guys want us? You know what? Home sweet home. Atlanta, Dublin, that's the same. So does Herb Street and ESPN get the last laugh?
I mean, sure, if you want to look at it that way. I was, they just booed Herbie. I was ready for some,
They kicked people out. Didn't you hear all that story? Oh, yeah, no, all signs had to be approved. Person got kicked out for pin the, something about, pin the, thing on the clown. And they had a clown's nose on a picture of Herb Street. No, they got kicked out. No, that sign's not allowed. You can't come in here. Oh, no, they kicked, people out.
So I'm guessing that if they would have chanted something obnoxious, they would have kicked everybody out. Is that what they were going to do?
That's
they just booed every time he talked.
Yes, I was surprised that there were not filthy chants. That's what I was very surprised about. I thought that they were, there was the 4-letter word was going to be used. Yes.
I did too. I was
And
expecting it, and when it wasn't, I was surprised.
and that's not just Kirk as a 4-letter word. I thought a 4-letter word was going to be used before Kirk. So, yeah, in that sense, I was a little surprised. But
the sign police were out, huh?
Yes, very much so. The funniest sign was a Florida State fan. I don't know how I'm going to be able to say this. So she okay, had the sign that says, "Hey, Kirk, does your wife know that you us?" Okay. No, that didn't make it into
That didn't
the.
make the cut.
No, no, no. She and the sign weren't a part of the festivities. No, they walked to the festivities. They were not allowed to be a part of the festivities. So,
But Georgia Tech bailing out ESPN and Kirk Herbstreit.
Gino Torretta was at the game, his touchdown radio network. He helped call the game. The former Cane legend, Heisman Trophy winner, he will join us coming up on the show. And there's a fairly big game, I'm told, this coming weekend involving the Canes. You know anything about that? I hear they're playing Florida. That would seem big.
It got bigger for Miami when Florida State lost. It really did. It was a bad day for the ACC, no matter how you slice it.
Well, Clemson against Georgia, Miami against Florida. You got a chance, boys. You got a chance. But Miller and Moulton. Chris Perkins will join us. NFL teams are making cuts. Backup quarterbacks are no longer backup quarterbacks. They're unemployed quarterbacks. We'll tell you who and where. Got a lot going on. We do have to come up with a poll question, though. That we have not talked about. We will have one, or at least an idea for one, on the other side. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Nice cash there, sled puppy.
Wow, look at you. Did you do that because he was the last guy in the field and he lucked out getting in? Ambient because they don't want to be, is my understanding, because they think that they're better off as an athletic department being an elite FCS school, instead of a run-of-the-mill FBS school. Listen, we were wrong about App State. When App State made the move, Miller and Moulton were like, guys, what are you doing? Why are you doing this? And they've made it work. But, and I don't know if we would have gotten Pitbull sponsorship, or maybe we would have gotten it earlier because we would have been competing for natties at the FCS level. But Miller and Moulton are of the belief that FAU and FIU for football should play FCS. DC, I'm going to say Arnie.
$16-team $25 parlay, for $800K. I like it. Go Raiders. Go get them.
Uh, 1070 switched to something. Well,
nothing I can do about it from here.
yeah. Could you let us know what they switched to?
We're connected to the satellite. That's all I can really accomplish.
Yeah. Yes, the loss counted.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Minutes past the hour, top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Miller and Moulton, MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X, Chris Perkins, Gino Torretta on the show today. Would it be too negative, too overreactive if we had a poll question, something along the lines of, can Florida State still win the ACC? Or just, or is that going too far? Aaron Judge is on pace to hit 63 homers. A, that's really impressive. B, who cares? I don't know.
Little early snark there out of one David Moulton, and I like it.
Just asking. Just asking. You could tell the people, at least I can, Mark, in the Twitch chat room, who don't like Florida State, hey, it's week 0, but does that count in the standings? I'll tell you what, you want snark. You go to social media after Florida State lost at about 3:30 on Saturday. You want snark. It went right past snark. This is college football, Mark. It got nasty early. And the Knowles fans turning early, too. Oh, man. Just one game. Come on now. Teams improve as the season goes on. No? I'm with Florida State through thick and thin. Now I'm done with them.
Unless they lose to Georgia Tech.
Right. Then forget it.
It's over. Who's
this quarterback again?
Problem was, the fact of the matter is it won't change. It wasn't close of who had the best quarterback.
Well, no, but then again, it wasn't close who had the better offensive line, who had the better defensive line. I mean, Georgia Tech outplayed them by more than the score.
The ability to have a quarterback that can run the football makes such a difference on Saturday.
Whew.
And I mean, it does on Sunday when you have a guy that can move, but not the way that it does on Saturday.
And it's because I've asked this. I'm like, why is it? And they're like, well, because it's basically 11 on 10. Yeah, the free safety can get involved, but, by the time the free safety gets involved, you've gained a lot of yards. And so it's very difficult to account for the quarterback before they are successful on the play.
And yet, all that being said, if Georgia Tech doesn't pick up the 11 or so yards necessary to get back into field goal range after snapping it over the quarterback's head on that second down play there, that game goes to overtime. I really believe Florida State would have won.
Okay. Well, I think Florida State had the better kicker, even though the kid made the kick at the end. I mean, Florida State kicker made 2 really nice field goals, 2 50-plus field goals in the game, one nearly 60. So, but we'll never know. Florida State did a lot of things wrong, man. Their linebacking play was terrible, but they didn't even line up properly a lot. I mean, from what I saw, short yardage situations, the defensive tackles were on the outside shoulder of the guards. Can't leave that middle gap open. Stop a 3rd and short, 4th and short. What are we doing here? The pass that got Georgia Tech back into field goal range, they were outnumbered on the flank. How could they have more guys out there than you? I mean, somebody might have wanted to call a timeout there, by the way. I'm surprised somebody didn't look over and go, wait a minute, they got one more player than us over there. Timeout? It's kind of a big play. But anyway.
So Florida State starting over after week 0. And, well, you're going to have to get the quarterback play that you did in the final drive, because other than that, he played pedestrian.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, had a couple of big plays open too. Under through the one. Yeah, he, no doubt.
Now, they were missing one receiver. Well, I don't know how much of a difference that'll make, but they couldn't run the football.
No, that was supposed to be the big advantage in the game. Their mammoth offensive line, and Georgia Tech had a bad run defense last year. They brought in a bunch of transfers, but the thought was they might be a little undersized and not as deep up front, and Florida State should wear them down and run the ball. No.
Was not the case.
Nope. So terrific win for Georgia Tech. Biggest win in a while. Good for them. Let's see if they can back it up. And we'll see if Florida State can get up off the deck a week from today against Boston College. So how much of the World Series did you watch? Let's get to it. How much of the 12-year-olds did you watch?
I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't watch a play.
Gotcha. All right.
I was with my family by the pool. It was a day for the family. I kind of had, it was my birthday weekend, and they did very good to me, but Sunday was a time to spend with the family.
So you didn't have it on in the background while you
Nope.
were at the pool yesterday?
Had the golf on in the background.
Interesting. I got to admit, so I watched the Open Championship, the Women's Open Championship, and then I did something I don't normally do because it was a team from Florida. I said, you know what? Okay. And if it was a choice between the FedEx playoffs, you know me, I'm not a big fan of the cash grab. Just not. These guys have all made 7 figures this year, and now they're going to make more, whatever. I'd rather see the guys playing for their tour card, to be honest with you, this time of the year.
The Keegan Bradley in it intrigued me. The fact that he's the Ryder Cup captain and now he's got a shot to win the second to last event, I found that a little bit interesting to see if he could hold on and take care of business, and he had to hold on to take care of business.
Yep. I will say he reacts the way, we should all be bigger Keegan Bradley fans because he reacts the way we would. Like the golfers are so stoic, even those that you filled, gives you the thumbs up, the nod of the head. Okay. And that's considered, he's expressive. Keegan Bradley acts like you or I when he wins. The big fist pumps, the yell. Yeah. Yeah. Seriously, he acts like we would if we won a PGA Tour event. Like it's a big deal. Because it kind of is.
You're right. So I found that a little bit intriguing. And plus, I liked watching him hit the ball 400 yards.
Boy, from what little I saw, the yardage thing, though, messed him up. Especially the closer they got to the hole. Like, it was funny watching, I forget who the two guys were. They both had like 95 yards to the green. They both air-mailed it. You could just say it just totally messed with them. I'm like, hey, what am I supposed to hit here? What's it, 15%? What? So 95, what does that mean? It's 80? Is that what it means? I'm supposed to hit this 80 yards? What? Yeah, just,
And you locked into some Little League World Series yesterday is what you're telling me.
I really did. About midway through, it was 1-0 Taiwan. And I went, oh, wow, they're still in this. Huh, okay. And I figured they weren't going to win. They kept putting guys on and not coming up with the big hit. Classic sports guy in me. Well, you can't keep leaving all these ducks on the pond. Got to come up with the big hit if you're going to beat that juggernaut Taiwan. Break it down 12-year-old baseball. I will say, all right, game's tied, bottom of the last inning, and the third base coach doesn't send the runner home to try to win the Little League World Series. He's counting on a 12-year-old to come up with the big hit. They're 12-year-old. Maybe they mishandle the relay. Send the runner.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug. Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Now, Shimko, I got to tell you, the base runner was a little slower than I thought he'd be also. But because I thought when the ball started getting towards the fence there, I'm thinking, oh, well, this kid's going to score. But good morning, T. Haynes.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us on this Monday. A best of Miller and Moulton tomorrow, by the way. Best of. We got some things going on. My wife has to have surgery, actually. So be back on Wednesday. All right, I promise. But, no show tomorrow. So one of the rare best of Miller and Moulton, particularly this time of year, obviously. It's unusual, but just give you. So that means, you'll hear David Sampson tomorrow. It will just be a interview we've already done. That's all. Chris Perkins, a little bit later on the show, we'll talk some Dolphins. Gino Torretta, looking back at Florida State, Georgia Tech. He was there. He did the game for Touchdown Radio Network, considering he owns it. And we may look ahead to the Canes and the Gators. We hear they're playing football this weekend. That sounds like it'd be a big deal. So that's all coming up. Magic numbers 5 and 10. 5 days away from the Canes and the Gators. 10 days away from the Ravens and the Chiefs. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 big stories you need to know. Here is The Starting Five.
It is the baseball hour, after all. So named by one Mark Miller about 4 years ago. So I try to live up to that billing whenever I can. So number 1, baseball. Aaron Judge has hit 51 homers. He hit 2 yesterday. He's on pace for 63. Which would be the most home runs by someone who was not chemically enhanced, breaking his own record of 62. No one cares. Yankees took 2 out of 3 from the Rockies. They beat Colorado 10-3, while Houston doubled up the Orioles 6-3, meaning Houston's lead in the West is 4.5, and the Orioles trail the Yankees by 1.5 games. In the East, the Diamondbacks are smoking. They've won 6 in a row. They've won like 24 of 30. They swept the Red Sox 7-5 the final yesterday. Mookie Betts with a 2-run homer in the 8th. Mark, do you know the Rays? That's the first time they've lost the rubber game of a series since May. They had won 11 consecutive rubber games of series. That's remarkable, especially for a team that's 500. So basically, if they win 1 game in a series, they win 2. Although that's not true, because oftentimes they won the last game to avoid the sweep. But
right.
Anyway, 3-1 Dodgers over the Rays. Dodgers remain 3 up on the Diamondbacks. They're 4.5 up on the Padres, who rallied 2 in the 8th, 1 in the 9th, beat the Mets 3-2. Painful loss for the Mets, because when they were up 2-0 in the 8th, they knew the Braves had already lost to the Nats. So a big opportunity to gain a game on Atlanta, but Atlanta remains 2.5 up on the Mets for the final wild card spot. And the Braves are now 6 back of the Phillies, who beat the Royals for the second straight game, 11-3, the final. Cardinals with 2 in the 9th to beat the Twins 3-2. Minnesota's now 3 back of the Guardians, who doubled up Texas 4-2. Seattle, they fired their manager shortly after the Miller and Moulton show on Friday. Mark, the GM and the manager had been connected in baseball for 3 decades. They played together, okay? They came up through organizations together. They were both with the Angels together. They both came over, obviously, to the Mariners. Scott Service had been there since 2016 as manager. nearly 9 full seasons, had a winning record as manager, even though they'd only made the playoffs once. That's a desperate move by a GM. I'm telling you, they're going to miss the playoffs. He's going to get fired. Kim Ang is going to bring Schumacher with her. They're going to be the new tandem in Seattle. Just saying. 4-3 Mariners over the Giants. Marlins snap a 5-game losing skid. They're on pace to lose over 100. They beat the Cubs 7-2. Our Reds lost 3 out of 4 to the Pirates.
Yes, they did, David.
Unbelievable. 4-3 Pittsburgh. Not only did the Jays beat the Angels, not only did the Jays sweep the Angels, they swept the season from the Angels. They went 7-0. And yet they're 5 games below 500. So just imagine how good they are against the rest of the league. 8-2 Toronto over LA. Tigers beat the White Sox 9-4. The Chicago White Sox have lost 100 games. It's August. Apparently second fastest team in the history of the sport to lose 100 games. 31 and 100. So they have 31 games left. Do they win 10?
I don't think so.
Because
nothing says that they should.
Because that's what you need to do. You know, the Mets from 62 are 40 and $1.20. All right. White Sox need to go 9-22 to match the Mets win total. That's a much better winning percentage than the one they have right now. Oakland beat Milwaukee 4-3. Brewers lead is 10 in the Central. By the way, their magic number is 23. Little League World Series. Florida's first ever championship. Lake Mary, an Orlando suburb, scored 1 in the 8th to beat Taiwan 2-1. Got to admit, seeing 12-year-old kids cry, it's just, I mean, man, you know it's bad when the other team's players are consoling you. That's when you know you're taking it hard. The manager,
well, different. You lose here in the finals, you're still considered a hero.
Right, you had won a championship the day before
for your country. You're
apparently right. They're, you know, I know they have to go back to the mainland. I think I think that's what the punishment is. Let's turn to golf, shall we? Keegan Bradley won the BMW championship by 1 over 3 others. You know, Mark, he was lucky to get in the field. This is only for the top 50 in the point standings. He needed Tom Kim to go bogey double to finish the last event to even get in. Now he's 4th in the points with the win. Tour championship is coming up. That was 7th career win for Keegan Bradley. That's our Ryder Cup captain, ladies and gentlemen.
Now he's in all the elevated events. He'll be around all the players all next year.
Well, heck, he could qualify for the team. He has said he will not pick himself as an at-large, if you will, even if, I believe he gets 6 choices, right? Isn't it 6 automatics and 6 choices? He has said, even if I'm 7th, I will not pick myself. I have to qualify for the team in order for me to pick myself. But he has reiterated he's picking the 12 best golfers, strongly hinting at he's going to pick a couple of guys who play on LIV. One other golf note. How about Lydia Ko? Having a heck of a little summer. Won the Olympic gold, which gained her automatic entry into the LPGA Hall of Fame by their point standings. And then in the mess that was the weather at St. Andrews, she shot a 369 in the final round, ended up winning by 2, her 3rd career major. Nelly Korda blew this one. She had it. All right. It had a comfortable lead and, took her 5 to get down on a par 5 from in front of the green and just, yeah. She finished in the tie for 2nd. College football, 3 big stories from the weekend. I know you're aware of one of them. Georgia Tech's upset of Florida State 24-21. But there were two other big stories. Mark, it was your birthday weekend. I don't know if you caught this. How about UConn negotiating with the Big 12? And apparently it's more than negotiating. Apparently it's all but done. UConn to the Big 12 in basketball in 2026 and in football in 2031. They're literally giving them time to get their act together so that they're a representative team.
It sounds outlandish, but it's really not, because their football program's so bad it needs the time so they don't get just completely goat rodeoed in every game when they get in the conference.
This will be a huge blow to Big East basketball, though. Not that anybody cares about that sort of thing anymore, although as somebody who grew up in that part of the country. But UConn leaving the Big East in hoops, and this just in. What's tougher, the NBA Eastern Conference or the Big 12 basketball? Man, I think Big 12's deeper. I like the top end of the NBA Eastern Conference. I do like the Celtics against Kansas and Baylor. I do. Okay, but, the Big 12 might be deeper. Just saying.
I got you. I just think it's funny you're putting Kansas in front of UConn, because UConn's number one in the country in basketball right now.
Well, they're not there yet. They're not there yet, but you're right. I should have said, Celtics, UConn. You're right. That's my bad. My bad. I'm thinking about current Big 12 when I shouldn't have been. That's on me. One other college sports note. Numerous media outlets, Yahoo being the first, reporting that Michigan has, in fact, received the formal notice of allegations from the NCAA concerning the alleged illegal video scouting scheme centered around former assistant Connor Stalions. I'm glad they received the allegations about 36 hours before the Netflix special airs, beginning tomorrow, with Connor Stalions being interviewed in it. I think he talked more to Netflix than the NCAA, and we're not joking. So anyway, that came in. Other NFL news, Steelers, Mike Tomlin said he's going to wait till the end of the week. Quote, we have 3 more days of work to put in before I have to decide who the starting quarterback is. I'll let you know at the end of the week. We're going to go a little Steelers against Steelers for 3 days, and then I'll get back to you. Russell Wilson did play in their preseason finale, led them on a touchdown drive. They got him out of the game right away. Dolphins cut their backup quarterback, Mike White. Saved $3.5 million against the cap. Skylar Thompson then is the official backup to Tua. Boy, I think they need him to stay healthy, Mark. What about you?
Yeah, this doesn't bode well if we're going to backups for any length of time. You think we can get you 2 or 3? I don't.
It depends on the schedule, because no. Last time we saw Skylar Thompson, he was throwing those 3 interceptions in the Bills playoff game. And speaking of the Bills, Mark, this may be a big opportunity for Buffalo. Remember Milano hurt, and where can you find a quality linebacker at this stage? Well, apparently the Rams, their tackling machine of a middle linebacker, Ernest Jones, he's up for free agency in a year. Rams have already announced we tried to sign him to an extension. He's not willing to accept our terms. So they're giving him permission to go find a trade. If you're the Bills, he's a 24-year-old tackling machine. Number 1 in tackles, handles their defensive signals for LA. The GM called him the leader of our defense now that Aaron Donald's retired. And yet they've said, well, can't sign him. We're going to trade him now. I don't know if you're the Bills. Sounds like a replacement for Milano, huh?
100%. Would have already had the deal done, David.
So we'll see if the Bills come calling. Rams shopping Ernest Jones. Commanders, by the way, say they are building a statue to honor the late Sean Taylor. Number 21 was retired 2 years ago. Taylor tragically murdered inside his own home in November of 2007. WNBA, Vegas scores at the buzzer to beat Chicago 77-75. Dallas beats LA 113-110. Caitlin Clark and the Fever in action tonight at Atlanta. Mark, we're betting them. They lost. They've had a day to prepare. They're better than Atlanta. They're 2.5-point favorites. I say we bet the Fever and lay the 2.5.
We've been good with the WNBA this year.
Yes, we have.
We have a winning record. We've won money on the WNBA.
Yes, we have. We won money the last time we bet the WNBA. I say we bet the Fever tonight and lay the 2.5. And at 7 minutes before the hour, that was the starting five. 5 big stories you need to know here on Miller and Moulton. Sometimes you just have to amuse yourself, Mark.
And I see that you are doing that.
Right. If others are listening, well, you know. Chris Perkins coming up in an hour. And Gino Torretta in 2 hours here on Miller and Moulton.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
This is Miller and Moulton.
The Yankee conference?
What do we want for a poll question? Will Florida State play for the ACC title?
Yeah. Yes, they'll recover. No, they're done. Oh, yeah, he was out of bounds, Ryan. Yeah, they missed that.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. How the heck are you? Hour 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Monday, the final Monday of August. We're off tomorrow, a best of show tomorrow, and then we're back in earnest, although we'll also be off on Labor Day. And
That's
then
right, David. 2 days off between now and Thanksgiving. Who would have thunk it?
2 days off between now and the Summer Olympics in Los Angeles, I think, for Miller and Moulton is how it's looking right now, unless we can make some arrangements. But have we come up with a poll question?
I think we're just going to go Florida State, and will Florida State play for the ACC title?
So, in other words, yes, they'll recover. No, they're done.
That's it.
That's a tough one, though. That's a conference loss. Double-digit favorite, losing on a neutral field. We'll say there were a lot of ACC folks who enjoyed that, with Florida State suing the conference and all. They had, forget who the media member was who waited a couple hours after the game, and then she sent out a post that said, breaking news, Florida State is now suing the Republic of Ireland. That's funny.
Good.
Come on, funny's funny. Even a tough loss, funny is funny. Had a tough weekend? Danny Cannell. Danny, proud Knoll and big, staunch, pound the table ACC guy. Tough weekend. So it happens. It's
The
sports.
ACC showed their depth, David.
Yes.
It's a much deeper conference than we thought. Georgia Tech, we told you, had a quarterback that could run and throw. He did both. He was effective.
Virginia Tech, SMU, NC State, the middle of the conference. Nick was talking up the ACC.
Nick was talking up Georgia Tech pregame, too.
Yeah.
He really was.
Mm-hmm. But clearly, 1 week in, Florida State did not play up to their billing. Mike Norvell had a nice little run as Florida State coach. I mean, think about it. They finished 2022 with a 6-game winning streak. We all know about the 13-0 start to last year before 30 guys opted out of the bowl game. I think Georgia just scored another one. It's been a rough last couple games against the state of Georgia for Florida State.
It has.
I think they've been outscored like 87-24. 2 L's along the way. But now Mike Norvell, he got his contract extension. He didn't go to Alabama. He stayed in Tallahassee. Got his money. Got all the, plaudits that come with the job he's done, and he's deserved it all. But now they got out everything. Even our buddy Jeff Cameron said that's as bad a Saturday afternoon as Norvell's had on the sidelines, since the early days of him as a coach. They got out everything.
And they got a couple of breaks early. There was the face mask penalty that would have ended a drive. They ended up getting points out of it. They get the 2-point conversion on kind of a fluky play. They get the field goal at the end of the half. A lot in that first half ended up going right for Florida State.
Right. They were fortunate to be tied at 14. And you thought, okay, settle down, come out, exert your superiority. Georgia Tech said superiority. What superiority?
No, the superiority is our offensive line being able to go wherever we want to go and run wherever we want to run the football. Average, 5+ yards a carry for the game?
Yep. Well, once again, each team had the ball 7 times. For a non-armed forces game, Mark, I read it was the fewest possessions in a college football game that didn't involve the service academy since November of 2020. Georgia Tech shortened the game.
But in order to do that, you got to be able to get first downs, and they did.
Yeah, right. Extend drives, long drives. Every drive's got to be at least 5 minutes if you're going to play a game like this. Preferably 7. But, no, just got to matriculate the ball down the field, Mark.
And David, what the hell is college football thinking? Why do we have to be so cute? The 2-minute timeout? Are you kidding me? I've had a 2-minute warning my whole life. And now I've got a 2-minute timeout factored in. I got a 2-minute timeout on Saturdays, and I got a dynamic new kickoff on Sunday. What the hell is this?
Would you be okay if they called it the 2-minute warning? You seem very upset.
Yeah, I would. What 2-minute timeout?
Well,
it's a point of emphasis with college football. Like they've got nothing else to worry about than coming up with their own damn name for a 2-minute warning.
Mark, I got to be honest. When you think about it, it is a timeout. The NFL has called it the wrong thing the whole time. A warning is just like, hey, I just want to warn you, there's 2 minutes left. Okay, play resumes. No, they stop it and everything. Take commercials. It's not a 2-minute warning. A warning is the ref saying to the tackle, you need to line up closer to the line of scrimmage or I'm going to have to start.
So you're going to defend the 2-minute timeout. That's what I needed this morning.
I didn't realize this was going to bother you so much.
It's just silly.
So you want them to call it the 2-minute warning? Is that it?
You know what? It probably should have been the poll question. What do you like better, the 2-minute warning or the 2-minute timeout?
How about if they called it the dynamic 2-minute warning? How about that? That's what they should have done. Brought to you by Dr. Pepper. Bring Bosworth out in some sort of throwing competition into, trash cans. Is that what you want? Okay, a kicking contest. We line up 2 people out of the crowd for a 30-yard field goal. Okay.
Winner gets to name what we call the 2-minute break.
That could be our alternate poll question. What do you want to call the stoppage with 2 minutes left in college football? Warning, timeout, or break? T. It's the 2-minute T.
But literally the NCAA making a bone of contention with the announcers to make sure. And I mean, they made fun of it because they can't call it the 2-minute warning. We've been told this has to be the 2-minute timeout.
Mark, the game was played under the umbrella of week 0. All right? Week 0. I mean, what does the game have? No sugar? I mean, week 0. And to me, I'm sorry. I know it counts in the standings. It's not week 1. No. You can't have 4 games that count in the standings and call it, have the same status as all the other weeks. I'm sorry. It's week 0. You know what? Come to think of it, what, SMU and Nevada was one of the games? Yeah, the game did lack sugar. I think week 0 is appropriate.
It lacked spice. It lacked everything nice, David. Especially if you were laying 21, 24, 27 in SMU.
What's the 2-minute timeout?
The 2-minute timeout, David.
Wow. I mean, you didn't take that with you on your birthday dinner Saturday night, did you? Did they bother you that much?
No.
Okay.
No, I just thought it was silly.
Okay. All right.
We got to make sure we're different. We're Saturday.
Well, we are different.
Call it what they call it on Sunday. Let's come up. Hey, they call it the 2-minute warning. Wait for it. We're going to call it the 2-minute timeout. That'll make sure everybody knows it's a Saturday game, not a Sunday game.
Wow. I got to admit, I mean, I thought there would be more blowback. We're in the Twitch chat room anyway. People are getting all bent out of shape about this whole week 0 thing. Come on now, you know what we're doing here. It's not a full schedule. I mean, it's kind of like when Major League Baseball starts the season with 2 teams playing 2 games in Japan. I mean, don't we come back 4 days later and still have opening day of the baseball season?
Hell, we still have spring training games played by the teams that played in Japan.
So, come on. And besides, it's college football. I mean, college football's been zany from the get-go. I mean, Alabama counts a national championship in which they had 2 losses and a tie because one obscure poll in the South voted them the best team in the country. They went like 6-2-1, and they count that as a natty. UCF, doesn't UCF have it on the inside of the stadium, 2018 national champions? I mean, this is college football. They make it up as they go along. They always have. Florida and Georgia have a dispute about what they can't agree on the number of times they've played. There's a game from like 1904 that's in question. That game didn't count. Yes, it
Only
did.
by one school.
Right.
The one that won.
Yes. I mean, this is college football. This is why we love it so. It's not the NFL, Mark. It's not a 2-minute warning.
You're darn right it's not. It's a 2-minute timeout.
Right. They're taking a timeout. The commercials and everything. Yeah. I will say, though, affected the strategy at the end, didn't it? I mean, that nearly came into play. Just saying. Just saying it's gonna affect the ending of some games this year. The addition of the timeout. Miller and
Hey,
Moulton.
whatever you got to do to make yourself feel good about your sport, David. I really can see in Indianapolis where they do nothing, they came up with that. Hey, we can't call it a 2-minute warning. What do you guys want to call it? Let's have a meeting.
Which, of course, would have begged one of us raising our hands going, Why can't we call it the 2-minute warning? Do they own the copyright on it or something? Are we going to get sued?
Each coach has got to go sit in the corner for 2 minutes. It's the 2-minute timeout. You're in timeout. Scolding a toddler for crying out loud, or am I having a football game? That's all. I don't know.
You feel better?
A little.
Okay, good. We all have things we got to get off our chest. I didn't think this would be coming up today, though. I did not think of it. When I heard it, I didn't think of it. Now, I knew when we called the new dynamic kickoff that would come up. I didn't think this would come up.
Well, for whatever reason, it got to me, David, because I'm convinced that there was a meeting in Indianapolis and this is the best they could do.
Well, Mark, they could enforce all the cheating and tampering going on. Instead, they're going to argue about this. Miller and Moulton.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
This is Miller and Moulton. You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Chris Perkins, who covers the Dolphins, will talk about some of their cuts. Teams still have a few more days. Dolphins still have a few more cuts to make. Remember, there are no cuts except one cut. It used to be you went from like 85, 90 to 75. They don't do that anymore. It's just like, yeah, by Thursday, you got to be to a 53. Go. So you got 6 weeks to figure it out. So a lot of teams released like 12 to 17 players yesterday. They still got a whole lot more to go. But Dolphins released Mike White, who was number 2 on the depth chart at quarterback last year. Was scheduled to make about $4 or $5 million this year. They saved $3.5 million, Mark, by cutting him.
Better be very happy with what they have in the quarterback room. Or I guess they just thought it was same, and we can get rid of one. It's not any different than the other.
Well, he was outplayed by Skylar Thompson, so don't know how good he is, if that's the case. And we'll ask this question. I mean, Lions fans are, did you see Hendon Hooker? He was tremendous. We don't need a backup quarterback. Okay. I hope you're right. Packers fans are saying the same thing. We're fine. You sure? Mark, you know me. Long snappers, kickers, backup quarterbacks. I'm paying good money for all three. Good money. Make as much fun of me as you want. Long snappers, kickers, backup quarterbacks.
The only one I'd really argue with you on is the long snapper. I don't see where one's made more of a difference than the other. Well, they all seem to be pretty relatively equal.
I understand. It's just that one mistake can cost you a game.
I got you.
So that's why I just, I want them all to be anonymous. If you know it. Who's your long snapper? Don't know. Just know he doesn't screw up. Because trust me, the minute you screw one of those suckers up, everybody knows your name. I want to pay a guy who remains anonymous for 10 years. Maybe even 15 if I can find the right guy. He's 74 years old. Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. They can't hit him anymore, and his snaps are perfect.
Why is it your long snapper needs a walker to get out to the field? I don't care.
We've petitioned.
Do you see where the ball goes? Perfectly every time. In fact, we've worked a sponsorship deal into it that someone gets to take the walker off of the field, and it's brought to you by whomever.
He's wearing a completely different patch on his shoulder than everyone else on the team. A long snapper is brought to you by Geritol. Metamucil. Miller and Moulton. Hey, this is going to be one of the more ridiculous things I've ever said. So I just want to caution you in advance. But is there anything baseball can do about the restoring of their record book? I mean, is there anything? Can they go the asterisk route? I mean, because seriously, if you're baseball, I mean, this would be it'd be kind of nice if people were talking about Aaron Judge and his 412 home runs before September, and then now no one's ever going to do that again. Because no one's going to. Bonds hit 73 the one year, and then no one's ever going to get near that, right?
Doesn't appear so.
So
because Judge is doing things that we've never really, consecutive years, this is heady stuff, but he's not getting into the 70s.
No, he's on pace for 63. And I'm just wondering, because remember, this is the right commissioner. This guy's willing to try anything. He's proposing, let's talk about starting pitchers have to go a minimum number of innings in a game. This guy brought a clock into baseball, for goodness sakes.
But he's not going to erase records, David.
And I'm not asking him to erase records.
Well, you kind of are.
No.
If you want an asterisk next to it, you're erasing the record.
No.
How many home runs did Bonds hit?
73.
Okay. Then what's the record?
Well, we can have the record on PEDs and the record not on PEDs.
And would it matter?
That's what I'm wondering. Would it matter?
Seems to matter to you. I'm not being a jerk. It matters to you. It bothers you. It's bothered you for a long time.
Well, it bothers me because the sport wrapped itself around its history and therefore its record book forever. So then when the record book gets completely distorted because you had a steroid era, are you now going to let that era distort / ruin what was one of the charming things about your sport? Football doesn't wrap itself around the records. People didn't know how many touchdowns Unitas had thrown, all right, before his record was broken. People didn't know the number of touchdowns Marino had until Brady and Breeze were, fighting over who was going to end up with the most. They didn't know. They just went, oh, really? So-and-so. People don't know how many yards Emmitt Smith ran for. In baseball, you know how many home runs Ruth hit, Aaron hit. Baseball's into its numbers. And if you have a steroid era, the numbers get completely distorted. So do you need to distinguish that distortion and just put an asterisk next to it? Yeah, Bond, 73, asterisk.
Okay, we put an asterisk next to it. What does that do? And I'm being 100% serious here. Does that make the previous record the one we're all shooting for? Do you think the media gets behind that? What is your gain in this?
I'm just wondering, would the fan, because the media can get behind things and the fans tell the media, yeah, we don't care. I mean, this happens in politics all the time. The media harps on certain things and the voters go, we don't give a damn about that.
Well, it happened when Judge was getting the Yankee record and they tried to make that the American League record.
Right. I'm just wondering if your baseball, Manfred seems open to anything. I'm just wondering if you're Manfred. I mean, the guy just said out loud he wants to make starting pitchers go a certain number of innings. I mean, that's out there.
It is, and yet he's never really talked about the asterisk. For all the things he's talked about, this isn't something he's brought up.
No.
And if he hasn't brought it up now, is he ever going to bring it up?
And realistically, if it was going to happen, it was going to happen with Bud Selig, because Bud Selig was close friends with Hank Aaron. And obviously, Bud grew up in Milwaukee, and that's where Hank played the majority of his career. And you thought if Major League Baseball was going to get involved in this, Bud would have done it, and he would have done it to protect his good friend Hank and that record being sacred and all that. But I'm just wondering, because now, I mean, if you're baseball, this is lost then. And it can never, Ohtani, Judge, what have you, they're doing amazing things. And, oh, well, Bond's at 73. So, been here, done that.
Can they still not be amazing? I mean, do we have to go for a record for it to be amazing?
It's just that if you're baseball, remember when McGuire and Sosa were chasing Maris, their at-bats were being shown live. Networks were breaking into their programming. Fox put, McGuire 62nd on national television that night. I'm just wondering, if you're baseball, isn't that what you're looking for here? Or is it lost, never to be found? Just wondering. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times. But Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever and are steadily adding affiliates. Yet, we only have a few sponsors, and if that doesn't change, we cannot continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or by contacting me on X at @MarkMiller or David at @TheDavidMoulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Cool, Adam. Hope it goes well for you guys. What are the prizes?
Pride, David. They're playing for pride.
See how that works. By the way, if I was Manfred, I would reinstate Armando Galarraga and declare that a perfect game. Because incredibly unique circumstances that the 27th out of a perfect game would be missed. Because shortly thereafter, we had replay. So...
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton. Text the guys what's in your mind at 21,000. That's 21000. And now, here's David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour. Chris Perkins will join us at that point in time to talk a little Dolphins since he covers them for a living. Heisman Trophy winner Gino Torretta, who was in Ireland. He owns the Touchdown Radio Network, so he was there broadcasting the game. We'll get his firsthand account on what he thought happened to the Noles, besides Georgia Tech whooping them. And some thoughts maybe on the Canes and the Gators. Coming up in five days. Although Colorado, North Dakota State, the headliner this Thursday, right, Mark?
Yeah, so we've got Thursday football.
Speaking of Deion, things are getting messy out there. He needs the season to start. Man, did you hear about the latest? Now they will not take questions from a certain Denver Post columnist.
Well, not only that, I believe that they've revoked credentials for the certain Denver Post columnist. I'm getting to where I can't defend Deion anymore.
I know.
It's pathetic. So unless I write everything wonderfully about you, you don't let me cover your team. How about you go to a bowl game before you want everybody to cover you with such warm regard?
Well, here's the other thing where if I was advising Deion, it's like, Deion, aren't we thinking beyond Colorado? This is not a good look. I mean, you're not going to be able to pull this off in College Station. Just name the play. You're not going to be able to pull this. You can't pull this off in Waco, for goodness sakes.
And if you think you're going to coach on Sunday, you sure as hell can't pull this off.
The Colorado Athletic Department completely behind him. I guess they're the ones that started it. They feel the attacks are personal. They go over the line. They are personal.
They're personal?
Yeah.
I mean, what did some of them report? The fact that he went bankrupt with a high school that he said was going to take care of kids? I mean, there's a lot of open vulnerability for Deion that's not gone well. You want to write that? I mean, 60 Minutes did a wonderful history of Deion. It was not the complete history of Deion Sanders.
It's a bad look. It makes you look incredibly thin-skinned. I mean, what if they lose to North Dakota State? What are you allowed to ask? And does your tone have to be a certain tone? Remember, Mark, you and I get in trouble for our tone. It's not what we say, it's how we say it. So now do we have to have also the proper tone with our questions?
You lost by 47, Coach. What went right?
Coach, I don't want to say anything bad today, but the final was 63-3. Your thoughts?
I'm afraid I won't get back in the room next time, but how was the play of your team today? I know you lost by 24 points.
Coach, you ended the season by losing 8 of your last 9. But let's look on the bright side. Listen, you and I would get in trouble because you and I wouldn't tolerate this as well.
I'm starting to root against them, David. Like, I do not want them to go to a bowl game now the way he's acting.
Wow.
I've had enough.
And you're a Deion guy.
Grow up, Deion. You're not coaching a high school team. This is major college football. It doesn't work this way.
I have to admit, I'm rooting pretty hard for North Dakota State against Deion. Rooting really hard because I'm with you. And it's not, I don't know this Denver Post columnist. I read a few of the things that he's written, and yeah, he thinks he's a fraud. He thinks this is, is going badly and is going to end worse. Well, okay. Just no such thing as bad publicity, right? I mean, just, make sure you spell my name right. But see, this is where, like, if Dion came to us and we were his AD or in the president's office, we'd be like, yeah, it comes with the territory. Cash the checks.
And it's a columnist. It's not a beat writer. If a beat writer were attacking you in this way, then I may say, what's the beat writer have against me? It's a columnist. This comes with the territory, just like you said, David. You don't want to let the columnist cover the game. Do you think the columns are going to get any easier?
But also, there are some college towns where they're actually hard on the home team. I mean, the Columbus, Ohio media and the statewide media in Ohio, I mean, trust me, Kevin Stefanski has it easier than Ryan Day. Everybody in the state of Ohio has it easier than Ryan Day. I mean, they cover you when you're in Columbus, Ohio. They cover you like a pro team. That's because you spent
Because you
more
are.
on free agents than the Bengals, but we digress. Speaking of which, because we're getting ready, Mark, for the big showdown Saturday. Akron, 51-point dog at Ohio State. You thought Delaware State at Hawaii was a number. Akron.
51 and a half, and the over-under is 58.
But apparently, depending on where you look, Mark, of course, because, college football is a hype machine, except apparently in Boulder, Colorado. But Ohio State apparently has the most first-round picks of any college football team of all time. I don't believe that's going to be the case at the end of the day, but I mean, 6 is the record. I think Bama had a year with 6, and the Canes had a year with 6. And a handful of teams have had 5 first-rounders. But the talk is this Ohio State team, they have, if you look at the different, forecasting, they've had 9 different players projected as first-round picks. They've had 11 players projected as first or second-round picks. I mean, that's the kind of talent we're talking about in Columbus this year.
Better win the Big Ten.
Yes.
I mean, let's just start there.
No, that's why a lot of folks in Columbus are kind of like, listen, if we can't win with this team, we got to get a new coach. I mean, yeah, he can, but if he can't win with this talent, I mean, we can get anybody to assemble talent.
We pay more than anybody else.
Right. So, but that's some of what, is going to be hanging over this Ohio State team all year. Got to win. Got to win.
Can your transfer quarterback live up to the hype?
We just saw one transfer quarterback not have the best Saturday. Not every transfer is going to work out. We sure about this Will Howard guy? We sure?
We're sure about every other part of the team, but are we sure about him? Because, well, someone said that Florida State was going to be better than they were a year ago.
Yeah, I know that someone was Mike Norvell.
And they weren't better.
No, they really weren't.
They weren't better on the offensive line. They weren't better on the defensive line, and they were simply not better at the quarterback position, and it wasn't close. For that matter, they weren't better at receiver. So Ohio State, now it's on you. We won't find out against Akron, but we'll find out soon enough. Because you better get that position right, because the rest, well, the rest doesn't much matter if you don't have the quarterback position right.
Whispers in and around Ann Arbor, Michigan, late yesterday afternoon, early evening, officially receiving the formal notice of allegations from the NCAA. No one has leaked out what those allegations are. There are a few people who have teased on social media and just simply said, oh boy. To the effect of the NCAA ain't playing. Okay.
What is it that they can do in a sport that they don't control?
Let me ask you this. If the NCAA ends up taking anything away from Michigan's 2023 season, like even if they take away early season wins, the whole, like if they treat Michigan and Connor Stallions as if, he were an ineligible player and Michigan shouldn't have used him, and they used him up until mid-October. So the NCAA says Michigan has to forfeit X number of wins in 2023. If you're the Big Ten, would you punish them in any way for 2023? Like, would you take the Big Ten title away from them if, in fact, the NCAA says some of their Big Ten wins have to be forfeited?
I don't think that the Big Ten will, and I don't know if I would either, because they hold that title in as much regard as Michigan does.
Well, sure, it's theirs. Right. I mean, it would look bad to have it be, 2023 champion voided, or left blank, or Michigan with an asterisk, and in parenthesis, 3 wins vacated, by NCAA in 2024.
So I think the Big Ten would hold firm, because I don't think the Big Ten thinks much of the NCAA in their authority towards college football. So I think they would largely ignore it.
Has a conference ever done that before?
Not that I'm aware of. But have we ever held the NCAA in less regard than we do right now?
No. But with that said, though, there has not been a major conference in which the NCAA hands down a penalty in which the major conference goes, we're just going to ignore it.
Which is why would you do something going forward where they actually have to take the punishment? Instead of punish them in the arrears, why wouldn't you punish them going forward? Limit scholarships, do whatever you have to do to try to actually punish Michigan going forward.
But one of the favorite things for the NCAA is to vacate wins. They feel as if that's the only punishment they can hand down that actually impacts the time that the misdeeds happened.
The fan, and I don't mean the Michigan fan, I don't think the football fan thinks much of that, though. Do you think the college football fan cares if Michigan, who do they think won the Natty last year?
Yeah,
no matter how many wins are taken away.
Right. Well, that's why I say, listen, I don't think college football as a whole is going to take the Natty away from Michigan. Even though we've seen the NCAA take away natties in other sports. But as we know, they don't control this one at the highest level. But usually conferences, Mark, fall in line.
And I think the NCAA is so worried about football splitting away in its own that I could see the Big Ten just saying, Heismaning the NCAA and said, do what you want. We're not taking away a title from them.
Right. We've already conducted our own investigation. We handed down our penalties, blah, blah, blah. So that's just something to look out for. This story this week will come out, what the notice of allegations are. but Michigan has officially received them. Not just because they received notice of allegations, obviously, then they get to present their case, and then the NCAA responds, and then Michigan responds. I mean, this isn't going to get resolved until the spring of 2025. But just throwing it out there now.
But they are, level one is what you keep seeing, the type of level one infractions, the most egregious infractions that they can levy towards a school. And we'll see what, if any, punishments come with them.
And if some of them are against the current head coach. It's one thing for them to say Jim Harbaugh is a blankety blank. He's with the Chargers. Miller and Moulton. Gino Torretta in an hour. Chris Perkins to talk the Dolphins next.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond
We
District.
started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower's so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment
You
online.
have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound. The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Chris on.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Halfway home on this Monday. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Gino Torretta, the former Heisman Trophy winner, he was in Dublin calling the Florida State Georgia Tech upset, and as a former Cane great, we'll get his thoughts on Miami and Florida coming up on Saturday. But Chris Perkins, kind enough to join us once again, outstanding columnist for the Sun Sentinel. He covers the Dolphins for a living. Follow him on X at Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Chris, David, and Mark, good morning. How are you?
Gentlemen, I am doing great, man. The season is almost here. I'm fired up. I'm ready to talk some football.
Well, I guess the big news is the cutting of the backup quarterback. On this show, we pay attention to backup quarterbacks. We think they're important. We think if you get into a spot where you have to get your backup quarterback to play 3 games, he has to win 2. Do the Miami Dolphins have a backup quarterback that can win 2 or 3 games now?
Ooh, that's a good question because, look, here's the deal. Skylar Thompson had the better training camp, but I trust Mike White more in games, right? We saw Mike White a couple of years ago with the Jets. We saw him rally that team. The players were behind him. The fans were behind him. Everybody liked Mike White. We haven't seen that type of reaction from Skylar Thompson. And to me, a big part of that backup quarterback coming in is instilling confidence in your teammates. You don't, as a quarterback, you don't want to look around the huddle and see doubt in your teammates' eyes, right? You want to see them fired up. I think the Dolphins would be more fired up from Mike White than Skylar Thompson. Having said that, let's see what Skylar can do. Let's give him a fair shake. I like Skylar personally. And the one thing really that got me about Skylar this year was after the Washington game, we're in the locker room, and I asked him, what have been your focal points in the offseason and training camp? And among the things he said were making quick reads, being accurate, and getting the ball out of my hands quickly. Those are 3 of the things that make Tua so successful in this offense. So big ups to Skylar for recognizing what he needed to do to thrive in this offense. Now let's see what he does with this opportunity.
If you were the general manager, however, are you searching for a veteran? to maybe be ultimately the backup quarterback. He probably won't be for the early part of the season because he'll have to get comfortable with the system and all that. But, I'm not comfortable. If I view us as Super Bowl contenders, I'm not comfortable with him as the backup. If you're the GM, are you comfortable?
Yeah. If Mike McDaniel is comfortable, then me playing the role of Chris Greer, then I'm comfortable. The reason being, Mike McDaniel knows what he needs out of that role. Now, look, if you bring somebody else in, they're going to have to get to know this offense, get to know, the quick reads, the quick throws, work with Tyreek, work with Jalen Waddle. I would have kept all three. I would have kept Mike and Skyler no matter who is going to be 2 or 3 because of Tua's injury history. And, look, I have more faith in this offensive line than most people, but, the interior of the offensive line can have its moments. And so I don't trust Tua's health. I'm not totally sold on that offensive line. You've got 2 quarterbacks in Skyler and Mike White who know the system. Now, if Mike White doesn't come back, you have to teach this system to somebody else. I'd have kept both of them, but am I comfortable with Skyler as the GM? Yeah, because Mike McDaniel is comfortable with him.
All right, David made the comment, Super Bowl contender. Do you consider this team right now a playoff contender, a division contender, or a Super Bowl contender heading into the season?
Playoff contender. And look, I have to see it from this team to go any further. You guys know the numbers that I always give on this team, right? 17-4 in 2 years against non-playoff teams, 3-12 against playoff teams. Last year, they were 1-6 against playoff teams, and the average score of those games was playoff team 32, Dolphins 16. And I don't know what's worse, the number 10 defense in the league allowing 32 points per game, or the number 1 offense in the league only scoring 16 points per game. So they've got to show me that they can hang with the big dogs on their schedule. Then I can call them AFC East contenders. Buffalo spanks them repeatedly, constantly, almost without threat. And then I've got to see them beat the Aaron Rodgers New York Jets. So I think that I don't want to say the Dolphins are a shoo-in for the playoffs because they aren't, but they should make the playoffs. If they don't make the playoffs, 1 or 2 heads need to roll because that would be ridiculous. But I can't go much further with them until I see that they've improved on their recent history.
Should we be at all concerned for how the offensive line performed against the Bucs defensive line in the final preseason game, or no, do we just have to take that and throw it out?
Well, here's the thing with the offensive line. Now, look, man for man, they're not a great unit, right? But the sum of their parts is better than the individual pieces. So last year, the Dolphins allowed 31 sacks. That's tied for 4th fewest in the league. They are 6th or 7th in rushing yards per game at 135. So, look, you're not going to get much better than that, right? And the whole secret to this offensive line is that Tua gets the ball out of his hands quickly. And, there are stats that, like, if Tua holds the ball for longer than, 2.5 seconds, this offensive line, the pass protection goes down to 31st in the league. But fortunately, you've got Tua who specializes in quick throws, accurate reads, accurate passes. You've got Jalen Waddle, you've got Tyreek Hill. So your offense is built to accept an inferior offensive line. If this was Dallas or Buffalo or somewhere else, I'd be a lot more concerned. But your offense takes into account that the offensive line is not that great, but that's okay. They don't have to maintain their blocks as long as other offensive linemen in the league.
Chris, the defense. We spent so much time talking about the O-line and Tua and the receivers and all the greatness that can be on the offensive side of the ball, but that defense finished the season so banged up. They bring in a new coordinator. Where is the defense from a health standpoint to start the season?
That's a good question. They're kind of rough. Jalen Phillips is back from the Achilles injury, but he'll probably be on a snap count. So if you say that a defense plays, say, 65 snaps in a game, I would think for this September 8th opener against Jacksonville, I'm keeping Jalen Phillips around 35 snaps because, remember, 4 days later on Thursday night, Josh Allen and Buffalo come in. So I don't really want to put Jalen out there for 50 snaps, and then by Thursday when Buffalo game comes around, he's sore and he can't move. I'm bringing him along slowly. We didn't see the secondary intact a whole lot. Jordan Poyer was out with a broken thumb. Javon Holland, the other safety, was out with an undisclosed ailment. Jalen Ramsey at corner got a lot of reps. Kendall Fuller at the other corner got a lot of reps. Mike McDaniel gave a lot of the veterans some rep days. So Jalen Ramsey in his 9th year, Kendall Fuller in his 9th year, Jordan Poyer in like his 12th year, they all got a lot of time off. So I like the secondary, but I need to see them together. At edge rusher, go back to Jalen Phillips. Emmanuel Ogbah will probably be a starter. Jalen Phillips maybe starts, maybe not, but you got Chop Robinson, the rookie, Mo Kamara, the rookie, Quentin Bell, the third-year player who was on practice squad last year. I need to see more sacks, more pass rush production out of them. Interior defensive line, I've got a question as far as depth. I like Calais Campbell and Zach Sealer, but I want to see some more depth. Overall, though, Anthony Weaver, very good defensive coordinator, comes from Baltimore where they're known for defense. I think you've got a top 15 defense here. I don't know if they're going to be top 10 like they were last year, but I think you've got a top 15 defense. I want to see this defense make the big plays, though. Interception, fumble recovery, sacks. I think that's going to be very important for this defense.
Do they think Chop Robinson is an impact rookie, or do they view him more as a project development rookie? Because they need him, don't they, Chris, to be an impact rookie, the 6 to 8 sacks type of rookie?
Yeah, that's exactly what they need. Like 6, that's a perfect number. And really, I think Chop could come in at that. Here's my deal with Chop. He's been really good against the backups and the third-team players. Against the starters, he probably looks like the 21st pick of the draft, right? That's not bad. That's not a top 10. They need him to I think Chop will meet expectations this year as a first-round pick. They need Chop to exceed expectations just by a little bit because we don't know when Jalen Phillips will be at 100%. We don't know when Bradley Chubb is coming back. I'm thinking maybe week 6, week 8 from that season-ending knee injury. But until Chubb and Phillips get to 100%, or if they don't get to 100%, you need a little bit more out of Chop Robinson. Can he do it? Maybe. He's not going to be a disappointment this season. I have zero fear about that. He's going to meet expectations. But again, considering Jalen Phillips and Bradley Chubb might not get to 100% this year, you probably need a little bit more than from Chop than meeting expectations.
It almost sounds like this defense could get better, though, with a new coordinator, with Chubb coming back at some point, with Chop Robinson being a rookie, with Phillips being hurt and coming back. I mean, this is a defense that, unlike the offense that you expect to be ready from the word go, the defense should get better, shouldn't it?
Yeah. No doubt about that. And look, when you do get Chubb and Phillips in there and you've got that secondary intact, when you've got Jalen Ramsey at one corner, Kendall Fuller at the other, Kader Kohu in the slot, you got Jordan Poyer and Javon Holland back there in the secondary, you're pretty good. You got Zach Sealer on the inside. You got Calais Campbell on the inside. You got David Long at one linebacker, Jordan Brooks at the other linebacker. Again, I think you're looking at a top half of the league defense, not an elite defense, but a defense that's going to do the job. If they don't make the playoffs or if they don't win a playoff game, to me, it will be more the fault of the offense than the defense. And I think that's been the case the past 2 years, actually. Again, you can't last year, you can't go 1-6 against playoff teams, and the number one offense in the league only averages 16 points per game. That cannot happen.
Chris, I know you're going to have a busy week chasing down the final cuts and all, and we look forward to having you on regularly throughout the year. Thanks, Chris.
All right, guys, we'll do it again. Thanks.
Chris Perkins, kind enough to join us. Follow him on X at Chris Perk. Chris Perk, P-E-R-K. Okay, humor me 10 seconds. Let's just say the Dolphins win the first 2 at home. Jags, and then 4 days later, the Bills. Mark, Seattle, Tennessee, New England, Indy, Arizona. I mean, they could do some real damage. That's 7 games and a bye before they got to go to Buffalo November 3rd. I mean, we've been talking about the Jets, and we think they're going to get off to a good start. That early season schedule for the Dolphins is not murder's row either.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
But if they lose the first two,
But aren't you basically, I mean, come on, they have to beat the Bills, don't they? I mean, don't they? Week 2, short week at home. All the Bills injuries, all the Bills changes in personnel. I mean, if they don't win that game. Morning, Paula. By week 7, do we think the Dolphins are facing Joe Flacco and the Colts?
no.
Okay. So I figure by then Richardson's hurt.
Well, that's a distinct possibility, David. Feeney, based on what year? High school? Harold's was my birthday restaurant. It was amazing. Harold's the best.
Feeney, AR has never held up in college or pro. Why do you think he's going to hold up this year? There is a Harold's. It's amazing. Biggest portion sizes anywhere. Never been to a place with their portion sizes. Their portion sizes are so big, they allow you to share plates.
Well, I mean, if there's a sign of a good restaurant, portion size.
I didn't take my son-in-law the last trip to Jersey to Harold's. I told him, I said, we obviously have to take you to the city, but there's one place I haven't taken you in Jersey to eat. I got to take you.
You must actually really like this guy.
Well, so far, I mean, he doesn't have tenure yet, but, you know, he's working towards it.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Bobbing and weaving during my chair dancing there, 21 minutes past the hour. You can see the chair dancing and Mark scoffing. And I can't believe I got up early to work with this Yahoo. Look, twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. Or
I don't know if you bob and weave or shuck and jive. I haven't really figured out what it is you do. Do you move and shake, bob and weave, or shuck and jive? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
And there is quite the distinction. That is very well done. Now I'm going to be thinking about it the rest of the day going, you know, does Mark have a point? Are you not even, are you sure you're bobbing and weaving, or are you just chucking and jiving? That's a darn good point. All right. Hate to do this to you. All right. Just want to put this in perspective. We did it with the Jets. We think the Jets could easily 4-1, 5-1 before, you know, and that's giving them a loss to the Niners week 1 on the road. And we think they win their next 4. I think they host Buffalo on a Monday night, week 6. But I'm telling you right now, Jets are going to be 4-1 when they host the Bills. Here's my question. What are the Dolphins going to be when they go to Buffalo for their 8th game of the year? It's week 9, but the Dolphins have an early bye. Dolphins have a bye week 6, for those that are wondering.
David, they should be 6-1.
You sure they shouldn't be 7-0?
Well, I'm not as nice as you are. There's a loss somewhere. I don't know where. But whether it's Buffalo on the Thursday game or Jacksonville week 1, they're going to lose one of their first 2.
Okay, so you say they're 1-1, but then they're going to rattle off 5 in a row.
Sure as well should.
Seattle, Tennessee, the Patriots, the Colts, the Cardinals.
I mean, no picnic at Seattle, no picnic at Indianapolis, but if you're
right.
Again, these teams are not playoff teams. These are teams that the Miami Dolphins beat.
Here's why, though, if the Dolphins get off to a good start, we think they need to get off to a good start. Their closing stretch is not the AFC North. You know, this isn't the Steelers' final 8 games, but beginning in November, at Buffalo, at the Rams, come home for the Raiders, come home for the Patriots. Now, if they can find a way to get a road split when they're doing Buffalo and the Rams, they should come home and go WW. But then their final 6 games, 4 of them on the road. At Green Bay, home for the Jets. At Houston, home for the Niners. And then back-to-back road games in the North to finish the year, Cleveland and the Jets. 6 games, 4 of them on the road. The 2 home games are the Jets and the Niners. And the road games are against 3 playoff teams and the Jets. Packers, Houston, Browns, and the Jets.
This just screams what the Dolphins have done for the last couple of years is get themselves all hyped up, get ready to win the division, and have it all there in front of them to see it dwindle away against really good teams.
Chris Perkins starting that interview with, you asked him the money question. You said they a playoff contender, division champion contender, Super Bowl contender. And he said, no, just a playoff contender. And he threw the numbers back in our face. 3-12 against playoff teams the last 2 years. 1-6 last year. Outscored 32-16 against playoff teams. He's like, until they start beating the good teams, how do you take them seriously?
No way to take them seriously until they start beating good teams. What do they have? 6 playoff teams from a year ago on their schedule. Buffalo twice. The Rams, Green Bay, Houston, and San Francisco. Oh, and Cleveland.
Right. But that's why the early part of the schedule. I mean, they finish in their last 5 games, they play the Jets twice. But that means earlier in the season, they play the Bills twice and the Patriots twice. Well, they got to go 3-1 in those games. They got to split with Buffalo, and they got to sweep the Patriots. And then all those other opponents, a rematch with Tennessee at home, by the way. I mean, don't we have to back up the truck on the Dolphins that Monday night? I mean, seriously. They lost to the Titans on a Monday night last year. It totally blew up their season. Most of this team is back. Don't they have to take that game personally?
Maybe the Titans just have their number, David.
Maybe.
But I like where your head's at with that one.
But, we put a lot of weight, and we'll talk to Gino Torretta coming up in about 35 minutes on this Saturday's Canes-Gators game. Well, how about the Dolphins-Jags? And then 4 days later for the Dolphins hosting the Bills. I mean, in the first 10 days of the season, 2 home games. That's a lot of pressure on the Dolphins. And if they win it, look out. But what if they lose to Jacksonville like Florida State just lost to Georgia Tech? I mean, think about the pressure now in Florida State hosting Boston College a week from today.
Yeah, the margin for error for Florida State's now done in the conference. Having lost a conference game, they're going to have to do everything right in order to play for an ACC title game, which, by the way, 80% of you say they will not play for.
That's our poll question. With the loss, are the Noles out of the ACC championship game picture? Yay or nay? I think
most of you think they're done.
Yeah, I think this comes back to bite them in the standings.
I never thought they were playing for the ACC title game, so it affirms what I thought heading into the season.
Somebody is cannonballing into the Canes deep end.
Somebody is.
Yeah. Somebody is already there. He's been there for weeks. He's just swimming around waiting for people to join him. Do you feel lonely in that section of the pool, or have people joined you?
No, I'm by myself, David. But I've got my floaty, I've got a cold beer, and I'm just sitting there going, did you guys see Florida State play? You sure you don't want to come in the deep end with me?
Miami's up to a 2.5-point favorite, And do you know 82% of the bets in the DraftKings Sportsbook so far is on Miami to cover the 2.5.
That scares the bejibbers out of me.
It's the 5th biggest bet so far in terms of percentage of bets on a game. Apparently, the biggest 88% of all the bets are on Oklahoma State laying 10. 87% of all the bets are on LSU to beat USC by more than 4.5, which is interesting because the money's come in on the Trojans. That line opened at 6. It's down to 4.5. 86% of the bets are on Alabama to cover the 31.5. By the way, 4th most bet team week 1 in the DraftKings Sportsbooks, your Spartans. 83% on Michigan State. Money's coming in on Sparty. They opened at 11.5. They're now 13.5. And Mark, just as many people think Georgia covers against Clemson as do the Canes against the Gators.
One of them's a little bigger number. Georgia's laying, what, 14 in that game? 14.5?
Yep. And by the way, this Thursday night, 77% of all the bets in the DraftKings Sportsbook are on Deion and Colorado to cover against North Dakota State.
They better. They better. I'm telling you that right now.
Those post-game pressers going to be some personal questions directed at Deion.
As long as he wins, he can answer them however he wants. At some point, if you go 5-7 again, you're going to have to answer a few of these questions. Miller and Moulton. Gino Torretta to talk some Canes and Gators coming up at the top of the hour. Thanks for listening.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Did you see the news about the new Athens, Georgia hockey team?
I did not.
They are the Rock Lobsters.
Excellent.
They are a member of the, I've never heard of this, Federal Prospects Hockey League.
Never heard of it either.
It's been around since 2010. $14 teams.
Reckless drivers already taken.
So you got the Black Bears, the Hat Tricks, the Venom, the Prowlers, the Rockers, the Dashers, the Bobcats, the Rock Lobsters, the Thunderbirds, the River Dragons, the Seawolves, the Moccasins, and there's a team called Zydeco. The Baton Rouge Zydeco.
Is that Zydeco?
Is that it? Zydeco? Never heard of it. What is it? What's a
Zydeco
Zydeco?
is an instrument. It's like it's a type of music. Zydeco is Cajun music.
Okay. Well, then the Baton Rouge Zydeco. I do. I respect that league's names. Those are some good minor league hockey names right there. Ambient, name the bet. 8-4 for the Buffs. Name the bet. Yeah, but Irish, you're a homer. A blatant homer. Ooh, we're betting brown sugar cinnamon Pop-Tarts. Those are some high stakes right there.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes to the top of the hour. Gino Torretta, Heisman Trophy winner, part of not one but two Miami National Championship teams. He owns the Touchdown Radio Network. They were in Dublin, so he has a firsthand account of Georgia Tech upsetting Florida State. And while he's doing the Clemson-Georgia game on Saturday, we'll get his thoughts about the Canes and the Gators to be played Saturday as well. Gino Torretta coming up in a little more than 20 minutes.
Boy, that'll be tough. Be a tough game prep for him.
Well, here's the only good thing. I believe his game is at noon. And so then,
that's right. The first game is Georgia and Clemson, and the 3:30 game is Miami and Florida.
Right. So he's got to race out of there. He'll probably race to the airport to fly back Saturday night, but who knows? I mean, Gino might hang out in town with a few people. He knows some people. There's some nice restaurants. He may want to take in the game somewhere.
In his limo on the way to the airport.
I will say the Touchdown Radio Network's budget is a little less than that. I've been with Gino on the road in recent years. He keeps it, he reins it in. He may splash on a dinner, though. I have seen him splash on a Friday night meal. I have. But they did not go to and from the meal via limo.
No, I just figured he might have a limo from the game to the airport, because I don't think he's flying private out of Athens. I think he's going to Atlanta to fly home.
Yeah.
So he may have a car and driver for that.
Okay.
At least we may ask.
He'll be stuck in traffic getting out of there for a while. But
Georgia wins. They stick around for a while.
Yeah, that's true. Nick Chubb, the word is, going to start the year on the PUP list, which is a minimum of 4 weeks he'll be out. I mean, that can't surprise anybody, can it? I mean, did you really think after that knee injury week 2 last year that he was going to be counted on week 1 of this year?
And I'm sorry, the game's in Atlanta. It's not in Athens, so he's got a quick jaunt to the airport.
Right. Yeah, if he can get out. I mean, it's 3 key blocks. You can get to that one traffic light and make the left. You're golden. You're at the airport in 12 minutes. It could take you an hour and a half to get to that traffic light. 3 blocks. So it's all the mad dash, Mark. Mad dash. It's important. And the Touchdown Radio Network's not getting one of them escorts.
Could they jump in the escort, though?
That's the key.
Could they nudge, wink, wink, nod, nod, say, hey, guys, can I get a ride to the airport with you?
Now, that's the key. And, ESPN doing the games. And, Gino knows the guys. But here's the problem, Mark. When you're doing the network game, you park underneath the arena. I don't know if Gino's parking underneath.
Oh, see, I might take an Uber if I could get a ride home, I would sacrifice. I'd get there early. I'd Uber. I'd take Marta. I'd do whatever I have to do to get to that game as early as possible.
But that's true. He may just jump in the car with somebody. Sure. I mean, he's Gino Torretta after all. He's in the College Football Hall of Fame, which is also in Atlanta. I mean, I would like to think he could get a ride to the airport just by asking. Hey, I need a ride. Okay.
I mean, if I've been lucky enough to get into one of those escorts, I think Gino Torretta should be able to.
I agree.
The hell I was doing in that thing, I have no idea.
Oh, well, you and Tracy were just in the back. Was it Tracy?
No, that was John and Tracy.
Gotcha.
Way back when. No, I've always ridden with you, and I did get one ride. Somehow I got split from you at a Florida game and was in the car with Vern.
Okay.
And just, Vern is 2 spotters. Vern had his wife with him and me. Yeah. Somehow I end up in that car. And I'm just sitting there going, huh.
Vern telling stories?
Vern telling stories.
Yeah, well, where else do you want to be?
Exactly.
I mean, you don't want to be in the car with Gary and David if Vern's telling stories. Did he tell you about
Vern's telling Atlanta stories about rental cars?
I was going to say, did Vern tell the story about him getting into an accident on the way to a game one time?
Both he and his wife.
So college football season underway, and the underdogs covered all 4 games. We had very first game of the year. We had an upset. I mean, technically in some spots it was 9.5, but we had a double digit underdog, basically just win outright. Say that's
I ended up getting it on the Hard Rock app at 11.5 day of. It jumped back up in Florida. Now, nationwide it didn't, but in Florida that game jumped back up to 11.5 when I bet it on Saturday morning.
So Knowles fans coming in hard in Florida. All right. Well, that's even better.
And Knowles fan has largely disappeared this morning. We've not really heard from them. Couple of comments here, couple of comments there, but for the most part, they have pulled the blanket over their head. They've hit the snooze button another time, and they said they're going to be late for work this morning.
And you can spin this real easily. I mean, in a way, this will be great for Norville. Okay. Last season is completely put to bed if it wasn't already. Number one. Number two, you can ride these guys hard now. Hard for a while. It's not like all of a sudden you're going to feel great about yourself even if you beat BC a week from today. You got work to do. You're going to be no better than 1-1 in the standings. You lost the game. You didn't think you had a chance of losing.
Now that means Memphis is in play. Means
Sure.
at SMU is more difficult than you thought it was, although the way SMU played against Nevada, they don't look like they're any juggernaut. They looked awful.
Let's see how Clemson looks against who many people think is the best team in the country. Certainly the polls have them preseason number one.
It was a bad day for the ACC, David. It really was. No matter how, I don't care how you spin this, it was not a good day for the ACC.
Even though it's
a lot of pressure on them for this Saturday. Sorry.
And even though for Georgia Tech, it was terrific. But Georgia Tech was not picked to finish anywhere better than like 7th by most people. Now, maybe most people are just wrong. Did you watch game day?
Chunks of it. I didn't watch the whole 3 hours.
I thought Nick was really good.
I agree.
And I liked how self-deprecating he was. I think it was McAfee turned to him. And for those that didn't watch, McAfee was in the middle, Nick's to his left, and then Kirk. And so the camera was on that kind of half of the table a lot, those three guys. And McAfee asked him a question. And in the way he phrased it, Nick looked at him and said, "You do know I've spent most of the last 20 years yelling at people who ask me questions like that, right? And now I have to answer these? Oh, this is great."
I thought it was funny when they asked about picking games, and he just said, "I'm really looking forward to that segment in the show."
But if you're a betting person, now granted, Nick hasn't come down hard on anyone yet. I mean, have you this offseason, SEC media days, the pregame show Saturday? I mean, Nick hasn't, come down hard on anybody yet, has he?
Not yet.
No. But you got the feeling like if you were a betting person and you were listening to game day, that Nick kind of liked Georgia Tech in the points.
A lot, as a matter of fact. I mean, he was very strong in his opinions on how good he thought Georgia Tech was. Loved the way that they ran the football last year. Liked their additions that they made on defense. Liked their quarterback a lot. I don't think he was expecting 60 plays aside for the football game.
No, I think we all expected a little more than 7 possessions each. But that was the game we got. We hadn't had a game like that involving Power 4 teams in almost 4 years. I will say, Michigan, slow pace, huddled. Georgia Tech, slow pace, huddled.
And even when they didn't huddle, they took their time.
Right.
I mean, now that the plays are coming in through the headsets, he was kind of walking down the line, giving the play out.
Mm-hmm. I mean, that's how you pull the upset. I mean, we've had Gary Danielson on the show since day one, and he has said, I've never understood why certain teams are going fast pace, no huddle. Why do you want to play Alabama in an 80 or 90 play game? Don't you want to play them in a 60 play game? Aren't they better than you? Now, some guys make it work for them. Gus 10 years ago, there's no doubt. Okay, his no huddle, his offense, it took Nick a couple years to adjust to it. Drove him crazy. All right, Lane, I think Mark still uses tempo and uses it effectively when he goes to it. He seems to have an edge, but Lane's really good at calling plays. But I'm not a no huddle guy. I'm not an up tempo guy. Just line up and execute the damn play.
I like the element of it. I don't like it as your standard bearer. I like teams that can go with a series or two of no huddle to try to change the pace of the game, to try to put the defense on their heels. I don't know if, like you said, it's sustainable, particularly for a team who doesn't think they have the better roster to win in the long run. But I do like it from time to time to change a pace on a defense.
Now, I get it to use it strategically to keep certain defensive personnel on the field. I totally get that. That you don't want them substituting out this unit for the next one, and so you'll get up to the line quickly, and the defense like, oop, nope, can't get the guys off the field. But here's the funny thing. You then don't have to snap the ball quickly. All you have to do is pretend you were going to snap the ball quickly. Then you could stand around and order a Starbucks. Snap the ball 4 seconds left.
And Georgia Tech did a lot of that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Tell you what, though, how much different does it feel immediately after the game, first game of the year? If this were last year, 14 playoff, I mean, is Florida State done?
Done.
Even if they won out?
Well, that was about their only shot, David. I mean, that was realistically.
Right.
They lose that game. How do they get in? They have to win every damn game they play, post a 12-1, win the ACC, and that's how they get in.
Hopefully. Right. And now, granted, it was a conference loss, but now it's kind of like, well,
get to the conference game and win it, you're in. Guaranteed.
Right. So I think the whole 12-team playoff has already made an impact. Please. Now people are going, could Georgia Tech make the ACC title game? Let me look at that schedule again. Gotta love sports.
I will say, if you got Georgia Tech on the schedule now, you just took a pause, though. You may not be thinking ACC title game, but you went, this isn't the win that I thought it was heading into the season.
Mark, do you remember this moment? Baxberg in our Twitch chat room said, my 17-year-old didn't take the loss quite as well as I did. He dropped his first F-bomb in front of his mother after the game.
Ouch. Wash that mouth out with soap. Can't say that in front of mom. Ground them for a week.
Even at 17?
Yes, especially at 17.
Okay.
You're at the worst age. You bring nothing to the table. All you are is on the expense sheet. 18, I can throw your ass out. 17, I can't.
But he's
in front of your mother.
But he's a senior in high school. I mean, come on. He's filled with potential.
He's filled with something.
I remember getting grounded for saying hell of a. I disputed that grounding too. I said, that's a hell of a catch. Don't you curse. I'm not cursing. I lost that one. It's a benevolent dictatorship, man.
I was going to say, you didn't win many?
No. I'd have to bring my grandparents into play. The only time I was able to appeal a grounding was to bring her parents into the equation.
At least you had two people on your side.
I didn't always have two. I was just looking for one. Either one would do the trick. Gino Torretta next.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no!
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor, a neighborly company.
Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
When you enter the Diamond District, you will quickly discover what makes Jason and Todd so unique to Southwest Florida. Within the walls of the Diamond District, you'll find many of America's top jewelry designers who have chosen the Diamond District as their authorized representative in Southwest Florida. Takori, Fana, A. Jaffe, Veragio, Christopher Designs, Shy Creations, Henri Dossi, all names synonymous with excellence, and all proudly showcased at the Diamond District.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Baxburg, I asked for permission to curse in front of my mother. I do curse occasionally now on the phone with her, and every time she just goes, "Stop it. Don't do that."
My daughter gets mad when we say crap because she's not allowed to say it or suck. And I'm like, I don't know what to tell you. Your mom says you can't say those words. You can't say those words.
Right. Look right
And
at
I
it.
usually follow it up with, it sucks to be you.
Sucks to be you. You're in a crappy predicament. So you look, honey, daddy only has so much power here, okay? It's a 51-49 arrangement, honey. You'll understand what that means soon enough.
Right to voicemail. All good.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, coming at you from the Floormeister Studios. Floormeisters, keeping it real. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour on this final Monday of August. Thanks so much for being with us. We are thrilled to welcome back Gino Torretta, 1992 Heisman Trophy winner, won a couple natties with the Canes. He was just in Ireland for the Georgia Tech upset of Florida State. He's got Clemson and Georgia this Saturday on his Touchdown Radio Network. I'm sure he'll be a little interested in the game that follows him, however, Miami and Florida. Follow Gino on X at Gino Torretta, 2 R's, 2 T's. Gino, David, and Mark, good morning. How are you?
I'm doing great. Maybe a little hair of jet lag, but a couple great rounds of golf and an absolutely wonderful start to the college football season in Ireland. It was well worth it.
What surprised you most about what Georgia Tech was able to do against Florida State?
I just think the control of the line of scrimmage. It was. Listen, I watched them against Miami last year, and we had obviously the debacle in the game, clock management at the end of the game. But they've gotten better every week since then. I think Wenke's done a great job with Haynes King, the quarterback. He's just tough as nails. And, I think that the other thing, and this was the first game with the new rules where the clock doesn't stop when you reset the yard markers. These teams had less than they were around 60 plays. That's going back to the 80s type of college football. And it was so fast. And I just really think, I don't know about you guys, you watch it, I'm like, where's the sense of urgency for Florida State? End of the first half, they don't run a 2-minute drill. Then it was just I'm like, dude, you guys are giving up 7-minute drives and your offense is not, hitting the volley back to the other side and throwing it right back at them. So I was kind of shocked at that, of the ball control, but credit to Florida State or Georgia Tech.
Do you think that game was the aberration? Because with the new clock, a 2-minute timeout, and then obviously not stopping it after first downs, Gino, that was the first non-armed services game in 4 years to only have each team have the ball 7 times. Are you now do you think that's a one-off, or are you going to have to prepare for, instead of teams getting the ball 12 times, they may only get it 10?
I think you have to prepare for only getting it 10 times, and maybe even less. Because I think if you face a team that just ball control, keep it on the ground, don't turn the ball over, don't force them on third down. I mean, Georgia Tech was over 50%, but I think that's the way of the game. The game went fast as heck. Obviously, you broadcast as well as I do, and I'm like, holy cow, this game's already over with. And they didn't make any adjustments. I thought I was just some perplexing coaching decisions on FSU's side after Georgia Tech hit them in the mouth a couple times.
The last drive for Florida State was the first time DJU threw it around, and he looked pretty good doing so. Is that what you're kind of talking about, that Florida State maybe didn't let him do what he does best until late in the game? Or was that an element of Georgia Tech? Not, they started blitzing then, and there were open receivers.
I thought in the first half, anytime long yardage, Georgia Tech blitzed, and they brought pressure. And it was almost like Florida State either didn't allow DJ to audible, or they didn't prepare him for it. Or, now listen, he's in his third offensive system, processing with quarterbacks. The more time you're in an offense, the better you get. And maybe he wasn't processing or allowed to process and change plays and max protect, but it just didn't seem like they kind of made any adjustments. Then they tried to let him run out of the pocket, and he's very tentative to me. Like when he tucked it and ran, I mean, he had wide open spaces and then just kind of leaned into contact. And I'm like, man, he's a big boy not to be trying to run over people. So, I just think there was a lot of things that they could have done better. But, listen, everybody talked about how great their roster was, and hey, they got the best D-line in college football going to the NFL. Well, Georgia Tech's offensive line was having none of it.
Got that right. Talking college ball with Gino Torretta, Heisman Trophy winner, two-time national champion at Miami. He is part of the Touchdown Radio Network, and by part of it, I mean he runs it. And they did Georgia Tech, Florida State, and Dublin, and they're doing Clemson, Georgia this Saturday. Check your local listings. But let's talk about the game at 3:30 in the Swamp. Okay, first off, on the angst/hate meter, where are the Gators? No, seriously, to a cane, where do the Gators rank on the not on my Christmas card list?
Well, I never had the chance of actually playing Florida because they took us off the schedule. But, my teammate and one of my closest friends that I played with and was recruited in the same class together was Lamar Thomas, who grew up in Gainesville, went to Buchholz High School, and he came to Miami. And he was booed at his own high school graduation when he was announced. So to me, I mean, I think that just about says it all. And Miami fans, the older ones, really the kind of the venom is more towards Florida than Florida State. And make no bones about it, our alumni is fired up. I mean, I think everybody's fired up about the game. You have, listen, they've done great. Mario's done great in recruiting. Seems like we have the best personnel we've had in probably 10 or 15 years. And they're excited to head to the Swamp.
This is a big weekend for the ACC after Florida State losing. No matter what, I know it's a conference game. I get it. But SMU, who's supposed to have a good team, goes out and barely beats Nevada. This is a pretty big weekend for the ACC, isn't it?
I don't think there's any question. I think, in this whole, new transfer portal, NIL thing, and, where we kind of see a team mature, and you're like, oh, okay, this is what we had last year. They should get a little better. I would probably say similar to Georgia Tech. We saw them get better at the end of last season. They didn't get blown out by Georgia. They won 2 of their last 3, won their bowl game, and they improved from there. And, we have this year's product. But when you're talking about Florida State, Clemson, Miami, they're supposed to all compete for to win the conference and to have a shot, of obviously one of the winners of the conference is guaranteed into the playoff, and you'd like to have 2 teams in a playoff. But I don't think there's any question that, you have Miami with a huge opportunity against Florida, not only in-state rival, but, an SEC team, and then Clemson going up. They've had a couple down years by recent Clemson standards against really the flag bearer of college football the last few years in Georgia. So, can they keep up with, I guess, the size and strength and all the weapons of Georgia? But I think it's a huge opening weekend or a couple weeks for the Atlantic Coast Conference.
By the way, as a college football Hall of Famer, how do you feel about the state of college football? We've gone now to 12. We're going to get to 14 real soon. And obviously, open compensation, open transfers. How do you feel about where the game is today?
I would say this, as far as the compensation and players actually, being compensated, I'm fine with. I think the issues that I have probably the most is the whole transfer thing where a college kid can be a free agent twice a year, end of the season, end of spring ball or spring semester. I don't like that. I think it should be, I guess at most once a year. I would have loved that case, the lawsuit where they could only transfer to one school, where you can only play in two schools in your college career. I think that would be great, but the court's already said, no, you can't limit a student athlete from transferring. I think are issues, with the whole landscape, if you will. And I'm a California guy. I grew up in California. I decided to come to Miami and play. They've rendered the West Coast of college football irrelevant. You got SC, UCLA, Washington, Oregon going to the Big Ten. Cal and Stanford are now in the ACC. To me, if you're, I guess, creating it, it would be probably around the number of the basketball tournament, 68 teams, whatever you want to call it. But you should have regional, you've got to have a West Coast division, Central division, Southwest, and then East Coast division, similar to the NFL. And then you have the playoff at the end. And to be honest, these conference championship games at the end, this is what's to me is going to be very interesting at the end, because we used to have divisions and we had some terrible conference championship games just because, however the Big Ten shook out, the other division wasn't very good. It was essentially Michigan, Ohio State. Well, how many times are we going to see Michigan, Ohio State, in back-to-back games? Are we going to see Alabama and Auburn in back-to-back games? And are we going to see a team sit out players in that game where they're like, it doesn't matter if we win the conference or not, we're in the playoff. We could see that. I think in the whole scheme of things, they should have just taken out the conference championship games and let it lie at the end of the regular season.
Well, and we all know why they didn't. There's too much money in those conference championship
Yes.
games. All right. Your thoughts on Cam Ward and what he brings to the table, because obviously the Canes go as far as he takes them. What are your thoughts on their quarterback?
Dave, he can absolutely spin it. He throws it. He throws it with velocity. He throws it with accuracy. Been very impressed with his leadership. He's obviously mature, older kid. This is the third school that he's been at. He's got athleticism as well. Our system is very similar to Washington State's system, so I think his processing speed is going to be there this season. But I'm excited. I mean, based on his O-line, how they played last year, the size and strength. I mean, that's Miraball's probably our best positional coach on the roster, and obviously Mario's a former O-lineman. You got two running back studs in the backfield. So I'm excited. I think that if he stays healthy, he could have a special year.
Gino Torretta, he had a few special years with the Canes, won a couple national titles, won the Heisman Trophy. He'll be calling on Touchdown Radio, Clemson and Georgia, and then paying very close attention to Florida and Miami. Follow Gino on X at Gino Torretta, 2 R's, 2 T's. Gino, thanks for doing this. Safe travels. Talk soon.
Anytime, Dave.
Gino Torretta, kind enough to join us here on Miller and Moulton.
Well, he thinks the quarterback could be special. That's a pretty good start.
Could be.
Coach has got to get out of his way.
We'll see.
Seems like you have a lot of doubts with the Canes.
I have doubts this Saturday. they have to earn my benefit of the doubt for whatever that's worth. Just saying. You and I think, are going to be on opposite ends of that pick come Friday.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Attention all lovebirds. This is the event you've been waiting for. The Summer Wedding Band event with Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. It's bigger and better than ever. Join the Diamond District August 24th and 25th, where you'll find the perfect symbol of your eternal love. Enjoy 20% off designers retail pricing on their entire collection from Crown Ring, A. Jaffe, My Caroline, M-Fit, and Viraggio. Jason and Todd will be in the store to help you choose the perfect wedding band at 20% off.
Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, we'll have them on Wednesday, buried in bourbon. Oh, trust me, Bud's an adult. Bud's fine.
What's that?
I'm just checking the schedule here. Because was checking Gino's touchdown radio schedule because usually our pass would cross twice a year because he gets most, but he's got like 4 Big Ten games on his schedule. I think it's not official, but I think he's got Penn State at USC like mid-October. It's that. By the way, did you see NBC gets Ohio State, Oregon, October
really?
12th? Yeah.
Wow.
And I think we're getting Penn State at USC. It's the same day. What the heck is Fox airing?
What day is it?
It's October 12th. But Fox gave that game. I'm amazed. Ohio State at Oregon. It's an NBC game Saturday night, October 12th. Because, Texas, Oklahoma's a SEC game now, so ESPN's got that. I'm trying to think, what in the world could the game be that Fox has?
Kansas State at Colorado. I don't know.
Yeah.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. It's the Diamond District bonus hour, the 239 and the 904. If you just missed our conversation with Gino Torretta, well, that's what MillerandMoulton.com is for. We talked to Chris Perkins an hour ago, talking about the Dolphins, who opened the season by hosting the Jags. What a fascinating game that is, week 1. We think 2 mirror images of one another. Both teams who blew their respective division titles last year. Both teams with talented, highly paid quarterbacks, yet still quarterbacks with a lot of naysayers. Teams that people don't know if they're tough enough. Teams that people don't know if they'll just be able to win their division and get back to the playoffs. Week 1, could that be a wild card tiebreaker game at the end of the season? Jacksonville at Miami. So Chris Perkins, Gino Torretta, guests on the show today. If you miss them or anything that we talk about, shortly after the show, go to MillerandMoulton.com. Mark's got everything posted within an hour of the show being over. Does a great job. Check it out.
Do you know you can go right to our Twitch page for MillerandMoulton.com? You can click one button. If you want to check us out on Twitch without having to do all the sign-ups, you don't get the benefit. You can't be in the chat room because you got to sign up to do that. But just to check it out, you can simply go right to MillerandMoulton.com, and it says watch on Twitch. You hit the button, it goes right to Twitch. How about that?
How about that? Can't set me up like that. I hadn't done it all show. I get one to show.
I know. And you didn't do it in the baseball hour, so I figured you were due.
I should have. Aaron Judge with 2 more homers. He's got 51 on the season. How about that?
Well, once we get to 1, the floodgates are open, and sometimes we can get to 9 or 10 in a hurry. That's the danger that I face when I set him up with one of those.
I'll stop. I'm 1 over the limit. All right. Means I only have 3 for the rest of the week. So our poll question, by the way, that's it. Are you burying the Knowles? Are you done with them? That's it. 1 loss, unexpected. And then they're not going to the ACC title game, please. Or are you like, come on, it's 1 week. They barely lost. They did everything wrong. They barely lost. Come on, they can get it together. And what's it? 80% of you are like, oh no, they're done.
Done.
Put a fork in those suckers. They're done. In fact, Mark said they weren't going to the ACC title game last week. I mean, you had them, I think, at 9-3. Now, what, 7-5? I mean,
no, but I did think that there were 5 games on the schedule that were tough games.
Totally.
That's all. And I'm not saying they were going to lose all of them. I didn't expect them to lose to Georgia Tech. I thought the game was going to be close. That's why we took the points.
Right. But if they're capable of losing to Georgia Tech, then, at SMU, home for Clemson, you said they're going to go 1-1. Don't ask me which one, but they're going to go 1-1. Okay. Then they have what? At Miami, at Notre Dame, home for the Gators. That doesn't include any other conference game, which now all of a sudden may look saltier than you thought. I mean, Memphis. There are a lot of people that think that that's the best group of 5 team in the country. Now, a lot of them aren't picking them to make the playoff because they think Liberty, who made it last year and plays the weakest schedule in the country again this year, people think, well, they're going to go undefeated again and they're going to get the bid, even though we really don't know how good they are. They just schedule the right teams. Where Memphis could be an incredibly salty 10-win team, but they're playing a schedule.
Be interesting how they picked that group of 5 team when it comes to that. Was it just the highest rated? Is that what it goes by, David?
Yep.
But how will the pollsters treat a Liberty who doesn't play anyone now that it matters to get into the playoff?
But see, they gave them the benefit of the doubt last year. I thought they needed to stand up last year and be counted, Mark. I really did. It was listen, we knew that Liberty played 12 cupcakes.
Georgia looked at Liberty and said, that's an easy schedule.
Exactly. Okay. And we said, come on now, you guys got to do better than this. And they didn't. And they gave Liberty the bid. So once again, I think the die has been cast.
But this isn't just a game and this isn't just a money grab in a bowl game. This is now a playoff spot. I would hope that the pollsters will take it a little more seriously this year because there is more at stake. But we shall see.
By the way, Memphis, all right, at Florida State, in conference, they've got to play Troy and South Florida and UTSA and what have you. They also have to play. I will say this, at Florida State, at South Florida, at UTSA, at Tulane. Now, they got Troy at home, but, I mean, I will say they played just about every one of their big/tough games on the road this year. But Florida State plays Memphis, and then they go to SMU, right? It's like Memphis, SMU, Clemson. Boom, boom, boom.
Thought there was one between Memphis and SMU.
Okay.
If I'm not mistaken. But, yeah, I mean, that puts even that game not really in doubt to me. But, yeah, they've got Cal after Memphis.
Gotcha.
But certainly, now you look at Florida State, what's their ceiling to you now? 10 wins in the regular season? I mean, you don't think they can run the table after watching that?
No. I didn't think they were going to run the table, even though I thought they were going to beat Georgia Tech. I thought there was a chance they lost twice during the regular season, but I did think they'd be in the ACC title game. In fact, in my head, I know we haven't made our official picks yet, and we will in the middle of this week. But in my head, I had them 10-2 in the ACC title game.
And I have Clemson beating Miami in the ACC title game. But I don't know if that's going to be enough for Miami to make the playoff. This weekend goes a long way to what Miami's playoff chances will have if they don't win the ACC, because they can't lose to Florida. To me, they can't lose to Florida and get in the playoff unless they win the ACC title.
Is that what this weekend is truly about? Is this the ACC getting 2 games in the playoff weekend? Is that really what's at stake here? Miami at Florida, Clemson at Georgia. And I don't even know that they have to. Now, I think Miami has to win. But I mean, if Clemson loses 24-21, like Florida State did to Georgia Tech, I mean, and Clemson loses the ACC title game, aren't people going to be like, hey?
Yeah, Clemson just can't get blown out. But, David, if Florida were to beat Miami and Georgia goat rodeos Clemson, isn't the ACC a one-bid league no matter what?
I mean, I don't know if it matters. North Carolina's at Minnesota on Thursday. The NC State-Tennessee game is week 2. But yes, Mark, yes, I believe that the impression will have been made. Outside of Danny Cannell, there will be nobody nationally pounding a table arguing for the ACC to get 2 bids. That when all the playoff debates going forward will be, well, the ACC champion and the Big 12 champion.
And then it all just depends on what Notre Dame does as to whether an SEC could get 5.
Right.
And Notre Dame's schedule is a little lighter than normal Notre Dame schedules.
If they can get by this weekend. I think you and I think we're both picking Notre Dame in the playoff right now. We haven't made our official
Right now, I have Notre Dame going to the playoff. I do.
I do too. But if they lose to Texas A&M this weekend, the seat's starting to get warm in South Bend for Mr. Freeman if he loses to A&M this weekend.
Does not give them a lot of wiggle room the rest of the way, that's for certain. Because if they don't beat A&M, then that light schedule, well, where are the wins that they need to get to the playoff? Miller and Moulton.
Honey, you want to come out? I haven't seen you since Glass Doctor installed our custom shower enclosure.
No thanks.
Well, you can't keep eating breakfast in the shower, and laminating your magazines is getting expensive. You remember we have guests coming over tonight, right?
Oh, I'm sure they'd love to see the shower.
It's our neighbors, and I highly doubt they want to be hanging out in our bathroom.
The shower is so good, you'll never want to leave. Visit glassdoctor.com today and schedule an appointment online.
We started our show 18 years ago and have been fired 3 times, but Miller and Moulton have never lived on the edge like we are now. We have our best morning ratings ever, are steadily adding affiliates, yet we only have a few sponsors. And if that doesn't change, we can't continue. But if you want to advertise on Miller and Moulton, reach out to one of us directly by texting sponsor to 21,000 or contact Mark on X at that Mark Miller or me at the David Moulton. You can save Miller and Moulton and make your business some serious money by texting 21,000 now.
Sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
This is Miller and Moulton.
Well, Johnny Yo, since there's not a restaurant that sponsors our show, that would leave that out. And secondly, the type of restaurants that are my favorite restaurants would never sponsor this show. A restaurant has no need to sponsor anybody. They're packed all the time. Not enough seats for it to make sense to justify what they'd have to spend to advertise, to be brutally honest. So, I don't know if that's chastising me or the restaurant, but just saying. Grilled venison, and it was amazing. Wife had the veal chop. I got some of that too. Grilled octopus for an appetizer. Also amazing. It's so good. Oh, he recommended a bottle, and I don't remember what we had. It was wonderful. It was an Italian red, Michael. I leave Harold as my wine connoisseur when I'm there. He just picks out and brings me stuff. And it was a red blend. It was a hearty red blend. It was wonderful.
I have a problem. It's called food.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're out of here. Best of Miller and Moulton tomorrow. Back in the saddle again on a hump day. Full lineup, by the way. Our friends at Pro Football Network, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, all to join us on a hump day as we begin our regular schedule. Gary Danielson will join us during the latter part of the week. The Big Ten on CBS. Same theme music, though.
That's going to bother people.
It did last year. We did 3 Big Ten games in September, and, just same theme.
Right.
Then late in the season, we're running promos for the Big Ten on CBS for 2024 during the 2023 SEC games. Oh, yeah. Went over big. Big. Mm-hmm.
Times they are a-changing.
Yes.
Nothing
yes,
we can do about it.
Hey, you and I admitted Deion homers in the past, but we're both not happy with Deion right now. We feel he's being a minor leaguer when it comes to people saying not nice things about him.
Yes, 100%. He's being a bit of a baby.
So, and unfortunately, his athletic department is completely behind him. So we came down on Deion because they just had a Denver Post columnist. They basically are preventing him from covering the team. They won't answer any of his questions, and now they won't even give him a credential because he's written some not nice things. And they deem him to be personal, and then therefore he's lost the privilege of covering their team. Okay. So we came down on Deion pretty hard. In fairness, it has come out that Deion has partnered with a local credit union in the Colorado, Elevations Credit Union.
Okay.
And basically, you've got guys in their 20s, and some of them already are married with kids or not married with kids. And he has opened up bank accounts for all of the players on his team who have kids. And each account will start with $2,121. Deion number 21.
Right. Yeah.
2121. And so saying, hey, Dad, helping you out here.
Good for him. I think that's great.
Yep.
And that's a feather in the good cap. There are feathers in the bad cap.
Right.
As well.
Mm-hmm. And we're admitted, Deion homers who have been giving him a hard time here in the last couple of weeks, to the point in which we wouldn't mind if North Dakota State maybe humbled them on Thursday night. But just wanted to give, Deion his props here for, looking out for some of his players, those who are already dads, saying, hey, you got to establish an account for your kid. Kids are a blessing. So good for Deion.
It's that time again, nearing the end, but not quite there yet. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
Today in 1682, the English astronomer Edmund Halley first observes a comet. He'd call it Halley's Comet. The first free kindergarten in the U.S. started today in St. Louis, Missouri in 1873. The first ever Major League Baseball game is televised today in 1939. Red Barber called the game between the Brooklyn Dodgers and the Cincinnati Reds. It was on W2XBS, the station that would later become WNBC. The Mini was introduced to us today in 1959 by the British Motor Corporation. The International Hockey Hall of Fame opens in Toronto today in 1961. The Beatles would release Hey Jude today in 1968. Bobby Orr signs the first $1 million contract in NHL history, a 5-year deal worth $1 million today in 1971. And it was today in 1973 that the University of Texas became the first accredited school to offer belly dancing. So that scene has more authenticity to it now, David.
That's true.
And Wilson's war there when the girl
Charlie Wilson's war, right?
Charlie Wilson's war when she belly dances over in Egypt there.
Mhm.
Maybe that's maybe there's more to that. Maybe that's actually possible. Mother Teresa, Ben Bradley, Geraldine Ferraro, all born today. Melissa McCarthy's 54. You want to feel old? Macaulay Culkin is 44 today. And David Price is 39. What did I miss, David?
Well, I guess today was the day the 19th Amendment was formally adopted, giving women the right to vote. Mark, were you into Grease, the movie?
Yes.
You were 9.
Yeah, okay. I know, but Olivia Newton-John wore a black leather outfit, and that was hard to ever get out of my head for the next several years, David.
I'll tell you what, it was a rather mature high school student, wasn't she? The Grease movie soundtrack, has another number one hit today in 1978. It, Frankie Valli's Grease. All right. Yeah. One other. It was 8 years ago today. No publicity. Colin Kaepernick did not stand for the anthem. And someone took video of it and just sent it out. He had done it the preseason game before. No one noticed. This was 8 years ago today, the preseason game that Kaepernick did not stand for the anthem. And the rest, as they say.
Time to see life a little bit differently. Here's Mark Miller with the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
For the good today, we go to a golf course in Massachusetts where a hawk became entangled in the protective netting around the golf course. The Animal Rescue League of Boston said rescuers responded to the Woodland Golf Club in Newton, Mass. After the netting set up around the driving range to catch errant golf balls caught a hawk. They were able to get the hawk out of the net. It had been there for about 12 hours. The hawk was taken to a veterinarian and given a clean bill of health, allowing it to be released back into the wild. For the bad, we go to Canada. Prince George, British Columbia, to be exact, where their criminals are stupid, too. Mounted police say officers were responding to a report of a breaking and entering Wednesday when they noticed a large number of counterfeit cigarettes on the premises. So they obtained a warrant and found 40 kilos of illicit drugs, including fentanyl, cocaine, and methamphetamine, as well as about 120,000 counterfeit cigarettes and more than $500,000 in cash. Now, if the $500,000 in cash is still there, David, and all your drugs are still there, do you really report the B&E?
No.
Finally, the ugly. We come back to Florida, where in the Miami-Dade area, neighbors were stunned when a mother out for a walk with her dog and 6-month-old son suffered a fractured skull due to a hit and run that was caught on video. The Hyundai driver, wearing a blue vest, who neighbors said may have been delivering Amazon packages, appeared to pick the baby boy off the street, put him back in the stroller she set upright, and left the carriage in the road inside the gated community as she left. 45-year-old Sahari Para Olives was arrested the next day and charged with hit and run. Put the kid back in the stroller, didn't bother to call anybody about the mom lying on the sidewalk with the fractured skull. It's beyond ugly. It's scary, and it is the good, the bad, and the ugly. Brought to you by the Cape Coral Police Department. Go to capecops.com. That's capecops.com. They are offering a $10,000 signing bonus for new officers at capecops.com.
History will be made today, I believe, in Boston. It is a makeup game between the Blue Jays and the Red Sox. Have you heard about this? It's resuming at 2 o'clock today, and then they'll play a regularly scheduled game at 7. But the game had already started. It was suspended, I believe, in the second inning. Yeah. 2 months ago, they were playing heavy rains, scoreless in the second. The game's suspended. Okay. Except that in the meantime, Mark, Danny Jansen, who was on the Blue Jays on June 26th, gets traded to the Red Sox. And so now Danny Jansen will make Major League history by playing for both teams in the same game. He's a catcher. He doesn't necessarily have to catch. But Alex Cora was asked, and he said, hell yeah, he's going to play. Let's make some history. So he's already batted, I believe, but he definitely appeared in the game for the Blue Jays. The Blue Jays, by rule, will have to pinch hit for Jansen when his spot in the lineup comes out. That's the other thing. I want a picture of the lineup card. Jansen will be listed for both teams.
Why was this game suspended and not just called?
I don't know. Don't know. It was scoreless, top of the second. I don't know if the Jays had already batted in the top of the second and then it was stopped. I could probably take 10
I think
seconds.
that's where we're at. I mean, but it just doesn't.
So anyway. So 2 months later to the day, June 26th, August 26th. All right. There you have it. All right. It happened once before in the minor leagues, Mark. Exact same situation, 1986. Syracuse Chiefs, Richmond Braves, game broken up by rain. Dale Holman ended up appearing for both teams by the time they finished the game.
Well, we got a good old-fashioned doubleheader as well today.
And it's actually a pretty big to-do.
It really is. Royals and Guardians. What are they, 3 apart in the standings, 2.5?
Twins and Royals both 3 behind the Guardians. I believe both teams got to within a game of Cleveland late last week. But yes, first of 2, and you'll have about 2 hours to place your bets and put our system to good use. Although the Twins swept the doubleheader from the Guardians 2 weeks ago, but you know our system. Whoever loses game 1, you bet them to win game 2, and you win over 70% of the time. You'll have 2 hours because it's I think a 1 o'clock, 6 o'clock doubleheader. So there you go. Place your bets accordingly. And technically, Toronto and Boston, I mean, I don't know if you can get a bet in on the first game since it's technically already started, even though it's scoreless in the second. But you could, since they're playing again 5 hours later, 2 and 7, you could just bet whoever loses the first game to win the second. Might as well be a doubleheader.
Might as well. So we had a little baseball doubleheader action today, David. Just getting us geared up for Thursday night. Just trickle some bets in between now and football.
Caitlin Clark laying 2.5 tonight in Atlanta against the Dream, Mark. We're playing it.
Already done.
Thank you.
So baseball and WNBA action going on with Miller and Moulton tonight. So a little action to talk about tomorrow on the show as we start gearing up, or to Wednesday on the show. We've got tomorrow off with the best of. We'll be back on Wednesday with Miller and Moulton.
Full show. Good folks from Pro Football Network, Seth Everett, Bud Elliott, all to join us Wednesday. Have a great rest of your day, and we'll talk again soon. Miller and Moulton. Gentlemen, as your wife mentioned getting new flooring, but you don't want to go through the hassle, well, go see the Floor Meisters in Naples next to Costco. They understand your time and money are important, so they'll make it as painless as possible. With a huge in-stock selection of carpet and Cortec, they can get you the floor your wife's been asking for. They carry wood, vinyl, carpet, and tile. If you do it yourself, no problem. They can handle that as well. So go see TJ at the Floor Meisters and tell them, just keeping it real.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty. Call Molly Maids today at 239-774-5839. That's 239-774-5839 or online at mollymaid.com/FTMYERS. That's mollymaid.com/FTMYERS.
Wine glasses never fall over until you get a brand new rug.
Oh, no.
Ketchup bottles act normal till you're wearing a new shirt.
Oh, you kidding me?
And rocks slide peacefully on the road till the day you get a brand new windshield. Then they fly up off the road and attack without mercy. That's why new windshields from Glass Doctor come with our windshield protection plan. Unlimited repairs and one replacement for 12 months. Don't just fix it, protect it. Glass Doctor. A neighborly company.
The Cape Coral Police Department is growing. They are currently looking for police officers and are offering a $10,000 signing bonus to newly hired officers. If you desire a career in law enforcement, or if you are already in law enforcement and thinking about making a move to a better agency, think Cape Coral Police Department. If you're looking for a police department that is committed to excellence, that invests in the highest level of training, state-of-the-art equipment, and some of the highest compensation in all of Southwest Florida, then the Cape Coral Police Department is for you. Visit capecops.com. That's capecops.com. Do you have a sleep problem but don't want to wear a CPAP mask? This is Mark Miller for Sleep Treatment Direct. The mask wasn't working for me, and I didn't think I had an alternative. I do. We all do. They have such simple alternatives with greater success than the mask. Visit sleeptreatmentdirect.com. That's sleeptreatmentdirect.com. And if you are like me and your CPAP machine isn't working for you, it's time for a change. Call 239-444-1741. That's 239-444-1741. Sleep Treatment Direct. Sleep safe and sound.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
A natural diamond is the oldest artifact you will ever touch, and each is one of a kind. Jason and Todd at the Diamond District would like to meet you personally and share their love of natural diamonds and the positive impact of purchasing a natural diamond. We promise that in our vault sits the largest selection of GIA-certified natural diamonds at the most competitive prices in the world. Jason and Todd look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to their Diamond District family. This is Miller and Moulton.